guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. More than 2,000 properties and buildings have been destroyed and around 180,000 people have been told to evacuate. The city's mayor says high winds and droughts have created the perfect storm. FSN's Ira Spitz is in LA and has been surveying the damage.
Well, we've gotten some new updates from officials here in Los Angeles, and the Palisades fire, which is the fire right behind me there, although it looks just like a major smoke haze right now, that has already become the most destructive wildfire in the history of Los Angeles County. There have been more than 2,000 structures destroyed, and that number is expected to perhaps rise further as officials realize the extent of the damage. Another fire burning, the Eaton Fire, appears to be the second largest wildfire in LA history.
The 5 living U.S. presidents have all attended the funeral service for former U.S. President Jimmy Carter in Washington, D.C. The country's holding a national day of mourning to remember the 39th U.S. president. As FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Tributes flowed in for former President Jimmy Carter on Thursday at a state funeral, the highest honour for the former leader who was known as much for his one-term presidency as for his humanitarian work. Among the hundreds of mourners in the Washington National Cathedral were all 5 living current and former US leaders. President-elect Donald Trump sat next to Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, and President Joe Biden in one of his last major appearances before standing down. The former president returns to his hometown of Plains, Georgia for a final burial. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in its first few days, according to US media reports. It would target workers allegedly living in the US illegally, possibly at a workplace in the Washington, D.C. area. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
It's been reported that the Trump transition team has asked US Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials about resources to carry out workplace raids. Such an operation typically surprises workers at a large employer, arresting those suspected to be living and working in the US without authorization. Workplaces that could be under consideration include those in agriculture, construction, hospitality and healthcare. It's expected the operation would take place in the first few days of Trump's presidency, potentially even as early as Inauguration Day. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. The 5 living US presidents have all attended the funeral service for former US President Jimmy Carter, and the incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in the first few days, according to US media reports. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the years, I'm trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, that's my cue. I do believe it is that time once again. Wow. The day's just flying by. So here we go. Looks like we have crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. It's showtime. Welcome aboard. Kicking off a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another one of those single-digit cold nights outside the secret bunker. I'm showing 8 degrees. Partly cloudy skies as we await our next bout of old man winter in the form of the storm we've all been waiting for. Reflecting back 24 hours ago, the weather map was relatively quiet. That is not the case at this hour. We've got snow, we've got ice, and we've got heavy rains. From north to south, snow, lighter snow extending all the way up to northern Missouri. Some of that light snow maybe just beginning to push into the west central portions of Illinois. Most of this is light snow. Most areas under winter weather advisories, so 1 to 3, in some cases 2 to 4 inches on the northern fringe of the storm. And that would include central and eastern portions of Kansas down through much of Oklahoma. Now, the dividing line between the snow, the ice, I'm seeing a lot of sleet really coming down, especially there in central portions of Arkansas, central and southern Arkansas, right down to the northern Louisiana line. South of that, you transition to rain. Right now, it's rain in Jackson, Mississippi. It's been mostly rain in the Dallas area. You saw plenty of ice, sleet, and at this point in time, it's a little bit of snow. And unless we get a wraparound effect, snows are going to be pushing east of the Dallas area through the overnight hours. All is quiet at this hour for Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, most of Tennessee. That's all going to be changing through our Thursday night into a Friday. Yes, the second major winter storm of the new year, targeting the south central and southeastern states. A slew of flight delays and cancellations from Dallas to Atlanta to Charlotte. This storm dropping 1 to 6 inches of snow from central Texas through much of Tennessee. Some of those heavier amounts are going to be in this region, as well as the southern Appalachians into our Friday. Now, within that area, there will be some pockets of 6 to 12 inches that will really snarl traffic from north of Dallas to Little Rock. Eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina mountains come into play later today. The Dallas area, you were in that zone, snowing during the first part of the storm and then changing over to the sleet and freezing rain. Now, due to the ice on the front end of the storm, the snowiest part of the storm is on the backside there. But again, at this hour, it looks like the snow's going to begin to wind down unless we see some additional filling in there. A vast area of sleet will limit the amount of snow from northeast Texas through the northern parts of Louisiana, northern Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina. Now, there's only going to be a small amount of freezing rain along the I-20 corridor, but it'll still be especially dangerous for motorists and pedestrians. This is going to be a snowstorm for much of the state of Tennessee, among other areas along the I-40 corridor from central and northern Arkansas, central and eastern Oklahoma. For our Friday, the snowstorm will ultimately envelop the Nashville to the Knoxville, Tennessee corridor. Some sleet may reduce accumulations in Memphis and Chattanooga, Tennessee, but this will be a disruptive winter storm for those cities. 1 to 3 inches of snow as far to the north as maybe even Chicago and Detroit later today. Some slippery streets and highways, airline delays with de-icing operations. North of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Some of this snow is going to extend for a few hundred miles over the central states. Now, that'll be enough to bring some slippery conditions to many areas that are recovering now from the major snowstorm and ice earlier this week. Further to the south, pockets of sleet and freezing rain may occur for a time north of I-10 to near and south of I-20. Watch for icing scenarios there. The storm overnight is going to be grabbing moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to unleash drenching downpours, which indeed we are seeing, as I mentioned, especially through central and northern Louisiana, Shreveport. You've seen heavy rains, maybe a little sleet mixing in there now. Heavy rains from, say, east of Austin right into the Houston area. And again, we're right on up through the heart of Mississippi and Louisiana tonight. In the southern Appalachians, the storm with the heavy snow and some pockets of ice will create additional hardships for those still stuck recovering from the destructive flooding from Hurricane Helene. Be prepared for dangerous driving around Atlanta, Charlotte, and Greenville, South Carolina later in the day, Thursday night into Friday morning, that's as we speak, the first few hours of the storm. You'll see multiple hours of freezing rain and some sleet, which is going to glaze exposed surfaces, bridges, overpasses. Areas that don't receive any direct sunlight will be especially slippery. We could see some sporadic power outages. I'm not seeing any full-fledged ice storm warnings. Looks like most of this is going to be in the form of sleet pellets. North of Charlotte, the colder air will probably hold its ground with general and persistent snow in store for North Carolina and southern Virginia Friday into Saturday. In the Carolina Piedmont, could see enough freezing rain on the trees and power lines to raise the risk of power outages there. The storm will also spread some accumulating snow a bit further to the north in the mid-Atlantic and the central Appalachians on into the upcoming weekend. Things finally coming together. All right, we'll take a more in-depth look at the Northeast Corridor, which comes into the play more or less for the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. While the winds have calmed and no soaking rain in sight for the ravaged areas of Southern California they desperately need. Not good news. More rounds of wind are actually in store that will continue to cause the wildfire risk to surge. The continuation of the extremely dry pattern that started all the way back in the spring of 24. Los Angeles has not received a quarter of an inch of rain since mid-April of last year. Now, they would typically see 5 to 6 inches of rain. San Diego has experienced its driest start to the winter ever, they tell us, with the period from July 1 to January 8th being their driest since they've started keeping records. Just over 1/10 of an inch of rain has fallen compared to the historical average of 3 3/4 inches. While there will be periods where the winds drop off, there will be more bouts of problematic winds through next week. Anytime there's a high-pressure area over land versus the nearby Pacific Ocean, dry winds can kick up, racing down the mountainsides, squeezing through the canyons. A unique setup we saw from Tuesday to Wednesday night. We saw the winds roaring, even in the Los Angeles basin. Looks like another pulse of those winds are in store between now and early Friday. Now, the winds will not be as extreme as we saw earlier this week. Should be significantly less over the downtown L.A. area, but nonetheless, gusts of 30 to 50 miles per hour found in the more typical Santa Ana wind spots. Peak gusts 60 and 70 miles per hour outside the downtown area. That will keep the fire risk in the critical zone, and firefighting conditions will continue to be very difficult. Some weather assistance for firefighters is in store late Friday to Saturday. The wind will drop off quickly later today, and the rest of the day through much of Saturday should be rather tranquil compared to recent days. And unfortunately, any smoke being put from the smoldering fires combined with the lighter winds will lead to pollutants being trapped rather than dispersed. Unhealthy air quality concerns. We could see some minor flare-up of winds possibly Saturday night to early Sunday. But beginning Monday, winds are again forecast to increase across coastal areas of Southern California. At this time, it appears a moderate to possibly a strong wind event will be coming to the period from Monday to Tuesday and possibly Wednesday of next week. Now, winds next Monday to Wednesday may be a bit more easterly and can behave a bit different than the powerful northeast winds the region experienced this week. They can still cause some significant wildfire dangers. Speaking of, we've got all the latest. The devastation that continues to unfold is absolutely mind-boggling. They're now saying the number of destroyed structures is along the lines of 10,000 there in Southern California as the fires continue to rage. More on that coming up. All right, we'll get to some of our listening friends who join us out of the box here on a TGIF, as Philly Dan likes to say. We do know one team that will for certain be playing for a national championship. Question remains, who will they face? Well, we will find out Friday evening, kickoff 7:30 Eastern Time. Will it be Ohio State or those Texas Longhorns? They will face off. Ultimately, the winner of that game, it's Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, wrapping up this past evening, a final score of it, which apparently I didn't get to see much of the game. Yeah, my wife was watching, and I mean, it was just back and forth. They were dead heat, 10-10, 24-24. That was the score with approximately 12 seconds remaining in the game. Notre Dame successfully kicking a 40-something yard field goal for the win, 27-24 over the Penn State Nittany Lions. How about that? Congratulations to the Fighting Irish.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
On the California wildfires, it's just unbelievable how the numbers have jumped so dramatically. You know, last night we were talking, the numbers had gone from like 1,000 structures to 2,000 structures. We're now talking in excess of 10,000, if you could imagine that. Yeah, latest said firefighters battling Thursday, continuing to fight the blazes that have killed at least 5. You know, they do say they expect those numbers are going to go up. But at least 10,000 structures from the Pacific Coast to Pasadena, with tens of thousands fleeing their homes. The winds have calmed somewhat, but forecasters warn the high fire weather risk will continue into Friday. Firefighters struggling against blazes that have hopscotched across the sprawling region, including massive ones in Pacific Palisades and Altadena, still burning uncontained this Thursday night. All Los Angeles schools and offices remain closed for Friday due to the fires. The Los Angeles Unified School District has actually lost 2 elementary schools, and one of their high schools has been significantly damaged by the fires. He said the foundation is working with to support the employees, many of the teachers and workers who have also lost their homes. Governor Newsom posting this past evening that reinforcements are on the way. 900 additional firefighters are being deployed to battle the latest fast-moving, which has been dubbed the Kenneth Fire, near the West Hills and Calabasas. That fire ballooned in size within hours of igniting. But the numbers here staggering: more than 5,300 structures damaged or destroyed in just the Palisades fire, according to the L.A. fire chief this past afternoon. The Eaton fire has destroyed more than 5,000 structures. Authorities expect those numbers could change depending on additional mapping and surveying, but the winds will continue to be moderate to strong, they say, Thursday night, keeping the fire weather threat focused on the Los Angeles and Ventura County on into Friday morning. Of course, the threat does not end Friday as well. Obviously, it had to be frightening moments for many. Pappy's daughter, who we had the chance to speak to last evening, Amanda, who's been setting on pins and needles, she, like so many others, apparently there was an errant alert sent out. The Los Angeles County Fire Department, they say, mistakenly sent out an evacuation warning to all of Los Angeles County this past afternoon, a little before 4 o'clock. People across the county are receiving those cell phone alerts ordering them to evacuate, even in areas that were not actually affected by the ongoing fires. Los Angeles County Fire Department said it was an error, but that alert obviously caused many already tense from the ongoing fires, fearing their homes were now in danger. It took them about 15 minutes, about 4:15. They say another alert was sent out by the Los Angeles County Office of Emergency Management asking residents to disregard the previous alert. It was intended for only the Kenneth Fire, which had erupted near West Hills, bordering Los Angeles and Ventura counties earlier that afternoon, so it was a much more limited, but you imagine people thinking, grab your bag, let's run, gotta go. All right, we are, I guess, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Cap and Ron will make it official coming up here following our news break. And it's 844-844-3388. Pasadena's fire chief said that the first 36 hours of battling the massive fires were tough, but reinforcements are arriving to help contain the blazes, give his crews a bit of a break. Speaking on Wake Up America, that after more than a day trying to extinguish the inferno, his firefighters are, flat out worn out. They're tired, but they love this community. They want to continue trying to protect the homes that we work and live in. Thankfully, we are going to be receiving some reinforcement. We requested 60 strike teams. We have both CAL FIRE and a federal incident management team coming in to support. Lots of additional resources are coming so they can actually get on a regular work rest cycle. But updated containment numbers later Thursday morning has said fires have claimed nearly 11,000 acres and 0% containment. All right, we'll get a news break here. Good to have you on board. What's on tap for the weekend? It is upon us as we roll into a Friday.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. He added that Russia turning to North Korea shows the weakness of President Vladimir Putin. Rebecca Bundan reports.
Zelensky made the comments while addressing an international conference at a US base in Western Germany, which brought together delegates from Europe and the US. He was referring to North Korean soldiers fighting in the western Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine's military has been launching a cross-border incursion, saying that thousands of North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured so far. This comes as there are growing concerns among Western countries about Russia's strengthening relationship with North Korea, and after North Korea earlier this week launched a missile test which it said was a new hypersonic intermediate-range missile designed to strike remote targets in the Pacific. Rebecca Bunds in Tokyo.
Chinese President Xi Jinping will send a high-level envoy in his place to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, according to the Financial Times newspaper. Trump had extended the invitation to Xi, but experts said it would have been unprecedented for a leader of China to attend a U.S. presidential inauguration and called it political theater. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, Beijing said the high-level official would attend the inauguration on January 20th instead of President Xi Jinping and would hold talks with China's team. The official could be Hung Jung, a vice president who sometimes stands in for Xi in ceremonial roles, while another option was Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The report said some Trump advisers wanted Tsai Chi, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee seen as wielding much more power than Hung and Wang in his capacity as Xi's right-hand man. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The United Nations is warning more than 125,000 Syrian refugees are facing desperate conditions as they return to their home country. The UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, says many people have arrived back in Syria following last month's fall of the Assad regime, but families find themselves with little shelter and few economic prospects. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
More than 1 million refugees have flowed back into the country. But what they face there is hardly a dream come true. Syria's brutal war has led to a devastating humanitarian crisis. UN figures show nearly 15 million Syrians require health services, 13 million face acute food insecurity, and many have no shelter while battling winter conditions. United Nations officials say they need $73.2 million over the next 6 months to support displaced people. Officials are calling on the international community to act.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, got a ton of stuff to cover here on a Friday. I hope it's not information overload, but yeah, we'll get to it. We got a full 5 hours, so we'll get through as much as we can. Today will be, sentencing day for Donald Trump. The Supreme Court opting not to intervene. I think we had Justice Roberts and I believe it was Amy Coney Barrett that joined in with the more left-leaning judges opting not to intervene. We'll see what comes of that. Plenty to cover in the industry headlines. Of course, OOIDA held their little fireside chat here a few hours ago in regards to broker transparency. Tell you a bit of what they had to discuss there. Obviously, more on the wildfires. Yesterday was technically the day of mourning with the official state funeral for former President Jimmy Carter. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. A little bit of a dog and pony show going on there. Yeah, the weather was cold outside, but you could tell things were pretty damn chilly inside as well with the former presidents. One in particular was Donald Trump sat right next to Barack Obama. And on camera, you catch him kind of talking jokingly, getting some laughs in together. And at one point, Kamala Harris kind of looked back, and the look on her face of absolute disgust, seeing those two yucking it up. More on that coming up. Hey there!
Well, for the first time this year, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Oh, boy.
Joy, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Well, it's 37 degrees here at the Georgia-Florida line on 75.
Ooh, a little chilly.
What do you got up there?
Wow.
It's cold. It's been cold.
a whopping 8 degrees outside the bunker.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had double digits.
No.
I've been actually wearing a hoodie plus long pants. And it doesn't look like we're getting any relief next week either from the sound of it. So that Palisades fire, it looks like the one from Hawaii, doesn't it?
I
mean,
yes.
devastation.
I was thinking exactly the
And
same.
it-
Yeah.
Yeah, they look, to me, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart if I didn't know, but they're both right there on the water, aren't they?
Yes.
And they can't use any of that water. I made some homemade ice cream, with the bucket and the rock salt and the ice and all that. Have you ever done that?
Oh, yeah. Well, especially as a kid. Grandma and Grandpa did that. That was one of our favorites, homemade ice cream.
Well, I made some back in the late 90s at my mother-in-law's house. And after we had the ice cream, I took that bucket out, and I just dumped it out in the middle of the yard.
Yep.
And, boy, she got so mad at me, that grass never did grow back. She passed away in 2007, and that spot was still bare.
Yeah.
So I understand, why you can't use that water, but seems like there'd be a way we could in today's day and age. I was just thinking about that tonight. So, man, it's been a long week.
Yeah,
because
because we actually had to work a full week.
I know. Did you, inquiring minds want to know, did you get your decorations down before all of this?
Everything except I got a string of lights right around the edge on the roof. I never got on the roof, so they're still there. But yeah, I got everything else down.
Oh, okay. I got mine set up. I can take it down in about a half hour. I cut a notch at the end of my room, and I just reach up there and unhook it from the hooks, and they just drop right down.
Yeah, much of my
pretty slick.
Weekend plans will be for me to get up in the attic. Princess is ready to get all the internal. We normally take things down right there over the after the New Year's weekend, but we were too busy getting ready for the big snowstorm coming in. Had to do the grocery stock up and all that, and so we are yet to take down the tree and all the inside decorations, and time to get that stuff down.
I read somewhere on this college football playoffs, each team that made the playoff gets $14 million for their conference. Now, Notre Dame it's an independent. So, from what I'm understanding, they don't have to split that $14 million with anybody. Have you heard any of that, or maybe the procrastinator of football can let us know?
That would be the correct option, because I have no idea. The proctologist of prognosticators.
Yeah. Don't get mad at me, Big Ed. I'm just messing with you. But anyway, that's about all I got. I don't have much, but that's a pretty terrible thing with that fire out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the solution is, but I don't know. You can't beat Mother Nature, I guess. So, well, I appreciate you taking my call, and maybe you can find an intelligent caller out there.
We'll see what we can drag up here on a Friday, which is more or less the greatest day of the week. We mentioned reinforcements on the way. Let me finish up there. Right now, they're still saying most of these blazes are zero containment, although the winds have died down a bit. Fighting conditions are more favorable. But they did say we were able to get more aircraft in the air, more reinforcements of firefighting personnel. We'll be getting more aircraft. They were expecting this past day. And we'll be able to start making a run on getting a containment line around, in particular, the big one there, the Palace. Reports surfacing again that crews were running out of water, the hydrants running dry. And he did confirm that his crews were having to run into that problem, limited or no water, as they work to stop the fire spread. When you have dozens and dozens, he says, of firefighting engines all at the same time, pulling water from the systems, from the fire hydrants, obviously there's the risk of decreasing water supplies. You top that with the loss of power in some of our areas, and we did, for a short period of time in Pasadena, have limited and in some cases no water supply. That was very brief. Most of our fire engines have at least 750 gallons of water on the engines. Plus, we have water tenders, he said. When asked what advice he would give to people who may be ordered to evacuate in the coming days, his words were, if we tell you to evacuate, do it. Do not delay. We preach the preparation side on the preparedness of having your go bag. Able to be self-sufficient for 72 hours. All of your essential items, medications, money, identification, alternate ways to evacuate your neighborhood. All of those are important to have ahead of an emergency. And as we are here, I can tell you, if we tell you to evacuate, it means go. It's not worth the loss of life. Kind of brings us to one of those confirmed fatalities right there. Oftentimes, we've seen many staying behind, trying to protect their home, saves their property. One of the 5 confirmed deaths was a 66-year-old Victor Shaw. Died trying to defend his family home in the Eaton fire. His body was found Wednesday morning, charred, clutching a hose, trying to fend off the fire. The home had been in the family for over 5 decades. His younger sister, Sherry, had unsuccessfully tried to convince him to get out on Tuesday. She said her older brother insisted on staying behind to fight the fire as she was running out of the home. When I went back in and yelled out his name, he didn't reply back. I had to get out because the embers were so big and flying like a firestorm. I had to save myself. I looked behind me. The house was starting to go up in flames. I had to go. One family friend of the Shaws said it looks like he was trying to save the home that his parents had for almost 55 years. Sherry described to KTLA how she reacted. I fell to the ground. I didn't know. I didn't want to look at him, she said. They just told me he was lying on the ground. He looked serene, as if he was at peace. But over 130, the numbers continue to grow. Are they saying nearly 180,000 have now been evacuated as more and more areas? When we were speaking with Amanda last evening, there was a bit of our discussion about new fires popping up. And is there suspicion of possibly someone intentionally setting some of these fires? I believe some were in the mix. They've got one individual that actually was apparently caught on camera igniting a fire yesterday or the day before. So indeed, some of this is arson-created fires there. I'll see if I can give you more on that coming up. First, let me get to the Knuckle Buster on a Friday morning. What kind of baloney you got?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm at the house here with Tennessee, so I'll keep it down a little bit tonight. First off, I want to say that Nick Saban predicted Notre Dame would win, and congratulations to Notre Dame there, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, all I can tell them is hook 'em horns, buddy. We'll see what happens tonight. Well, I got a little satire for you. They won't use the ocean water to put out the fire because the salt is bad for the vegetation, Steve.
That's kind of what Captain Ron was just saying with the salt that he dumped in the salt water from the ice cream maker. Killed the grass and it never grew back.
Yeah, well, anyway, got a DA of the week since we've been talking about fires. He's down there down there in Sylvester's part. He tried to burn this restaurant to the ground. Steve, he set his own clothes on fire.
Whoops.
Yeah, they got it all on film too. Yeah. So, yeah, he'll be going to jail. I sent you a couple of emails today. Why Greenland is on the growing strategic significance from the war zone there. And then from Popular Science, they found a green glowing mushroom, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
In a Swiss forest. Well, I wouldn't eat it because you might wind up turning into the Incredible Hulk there, right?
Uh-huh.
Yep. Well, here's the funny thing about that ball game. You know, they're all the time making everything about race, Steve. That reporter on stage asked that coach about being the first black head coach to go to the national championship football game.
Yeah.
And he just sloughed it off. He says, he says, okay, it's good, but it's more about the game than it is anything else.
Right.
Last thing I saw this woman on TikTok, Steve. She asked, what's the difference between your wife and your job? And then her answer was, in 5 years, your job will still suck. And that's all of my bull on it for tonight.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy that time with Tennessee. Yeah, look out. All right, I'm looking here. It's dubbed the Kenneth Fire. That's the latest fire from this past day. And apparently that is the one where they indeed have an arson suspect in custody, according to the update from KTLA. Give you more coming up. First, a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, looking here at the report again from Los Angeles police. A possible arson suspect arrested Thursday night near the Kenneth fire as fire crews continue battling flames burning near homes in Calabasas and West Hills. That's the Kenneth fire. At about 4:30 p.m. this past afternoon, Los Angeles police responding to reports of a man attempting to light a fire along Barra Road in Woodland Hills. Residents who reportedly spotted the suspect held him down until officers arrived. Photos of the arrest shared on the Citizen app show officers surrounding a home where the male suspect was apprehended. Authorities have not confirmed whether he was indeed responsible or had any connection with the current wildfires. Identity has not been released. The Kenneth fire, though, was first reported about 2:30 this past afternoon, several hours before this guy was caught. Now, in an area of dry brush in the upper Las Virgenes Canyon open space, just north of the 101 freeway. By 6 o'clock in the evening, that blaze had grown to 960 acres, zero containment. Sky 5 footage showed the helicopters dropping flame retardant around the fire's perimeter, fixed-wing aircraft dumping water to protect homes. So, indeed, an arson investigation is underway. No further details on the suspect released. But continuing, working to contain, obviously, several devastating fires. The Palisade Fire, Malibu, Eaton Fire in Altadena, the one in Pasadena. They all actually continue growing, according to the reports here. And our number, 844-844-3388. All right, let me see. Eagle is on board. I know we're just a few minutes before news break, so, hey, we'll get started with you, Eagle, here, and we'll come back after the news and give you a chance to finish up what's going on.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll talk about sports before I get to politics after the break. Some news coming up on the politics and the fires. I got something. You know how I feel about California, Steve, so I definitely want to say something about that after the break. Yeah, but I want to get to college football right quick. I didn't get a chance to see the game at night. I was driving. I listened to it on the radio. Parts of it sound like a pretty decent game. I'm going to try to watch the highlights later on tomorrow morning. But like I said, I really don't think Notre Dame. I never liked Notre Dame. I'm surprised they beat Penn State, but I don't think they'll have anything for, especially Ohio State. I think Ohio State is the best team right now. Ryan Day. I tried to tell you that a couple of weeks ago. Ohio State fans were making a bad mistake if they wanted to run him out of town. He lost to Michigan, but they continue in winning games. And they got the best team right now. I think they shouldn't have no problem with Texas tomorrow. And then I think if they play Notre Dame, it'll probably be a blowout because Ohio State definitely has a better team, better roster. So I don't think the national championship game will be competitive unless Texas wins. If Texas wins, it'll probably be a better game with Texas and Notre Dame. But if Ohio State's win, it's not going to even be competitive. But we'll see what happens. Now, I want to talk about one thing right quick before we get to the break, and that's with Bill Belichick, former coach of the New England Patriots. I got a real bad feeling that he's gonna stick it to North Carolina because I knew when he took this job a couple of weeks ago that this wasn't the job for him because Bill Belichick can't relate to a young college. This guy is damn near 80 years old. and he got to go into different homes and try to get these kids to go to his school. And he got to travel all over the country trying to get people to come in. And I knew if he would have just waited a couple of more weeks, there was going to be some NFL coaching jobs will come open. And little did I know, that's exactly what happened. They got jobs opening up with the Las Vegas Raiders, Tennessee Titans, and let me see, a couple other teams, New York Jets, all looking for coaches. Then Bill Belichick, he wants to break Don Shula's record of most wins in NFL history for coaches. It wouldn't shock me if he decides that he's going to go back to the NFL, and that's really unfair to the kids that have signed on to North Carolina that wanted to play for Belichick. After he decided he was going to coach them, and I knew then, even when he took the job, I figured it was only going to be a 1-year deal, just until he waited until an NFL job opened up. So it looks like he may not even coach one game at Notre Dame. At North Carolina, from what I'm hearing, because he might take an NFL job because that's what he wanted to do to begin with. And like I said, the New England Patriots made a bad mistake. They should.
Right. Well, we got. Let's pause there. So hold the thought. We'll come back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja Series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. More than 2,000 properties and buildings have been destroyed and around 180,000 people have been told to evacuate. The city's mayor says high winds and droughts have created the perfect storm. FSN's Ira Spitz is in LA and has been surveying the damage.
Well, we've gotten some new updates from officials here in Los Angeles, and the Palisades fire, which is the fire right behind me there, although it looks just like a major smoke haze right now, that has already become the most destructive wildfire in the history of Los Angeles County. There have been more than 2,000 structures destroyed, and that number is expected to perhaps rise further as officials realize the extent of the damage. Another fire burning, the Eaton Fire, appears to be the second largest wildfire in LA history.
The 5 living US presidents have all attended the funeral service for former US President Jimmy Carter in Washington, D.C. The country's holding a national day of mourning to remember the 39th US president. As FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Tributes flowed in for former President Jimmy Carter on Thursday at a state funeral, the highest honour for the former leader who was known as much for his one-term presidency as for his humanitarian work. Among the hundreds of mourners in the Washington National Cathedral were all 5 living current and former US leaders. President-elect Donald Trump sat next to Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, and President Joe Biden in one of his last major appearances before standing down. The former president returns to his hometown of Plains, Georgia for a final burial. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in its first few days, according to US media reports. It would target workers allegedly living in the US illegally, possibly at a workplace in the Washington, D.C. area. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
It's been reported that the Trump transition team has asked US Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials about resources to carry out workplace raids. Such an operation typically surprises workers at a large employer, arresting those suspected to be living and working in the US without authorization. Workplaces that could be under consideration include those in agriculture, construction, hospitality and healthcare. It's expected the operation would take place in the first few days of Trump's presidency, potentially even as early as Inauguration Day. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. The 5 living US presidents have all attended the funeral service for former US President Jimmy Carter, and the incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in the first few days, according to US media reports. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
microphone, we kick off hour number 2 on a Friday, TGIF. All right, I mentioned Amanda earlier. Pappy confirms several messages. He's been in contact with her back and forth throughout the day. And indeed, when they sent out that emergency message to the entire county, they got the order to evac. Her siblings and I told her just jump on a plane and come home. After they got the disregard, she's opted to stay. She's a respiratory therapist at UCLA. A lot of people coming in with smoke inhalation and asthma problems due to all the smoke. I think she wants to stay and help out at the hospital, especially being that she is a respiratory therapist. So for now, it's kind of like hunker down time. Yeah, there is no humidity out here. We measure the humidity in our labs to run blood gases, and in order for the machines to run accurately, they have to be above 25%. And they were reading like 5% at the hospital today. The fires are sucking the humidity out of the air, which there isn't much to begin with. Now, she also confirmed that the National Guard apparently has been brought in. They've had some issues with looting, robberies taking place. The bad guys always look to capitalize in disaster situations. Yeah, she said she feels like some of the gangs from Compton and those other areas are coming in and doing some of the looting there. Undoubtedly, I've seen numerous reports, law enforcement beefing up the presence. Obviously, everything's being stretched very, very thin. All right, chaotic times, but all right, hunker down there, Amanda. Let me get back to, all right, Eagle, welcome back.
Okay. Yeah. Steve, unfortunately, I got to talk about California. You know how I feel about that place. I haven't been to California in probably about 6 or 7 years. I used to live in California at one point, close to above Los Angeles, up on Ventura, off the ocean. But it got to be way too expensive. They ran a lot of people out of town with the extraordinary taxes and the crime, homeless camps. It's ridiculous. You think they got homeless people before this, Steve? You ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until after these fires go out. LA might be just one big homeless camp. They basically burn the whole damn city down to the ground, and it's basically stupidity, Steve. Like I said, there's a lot of trucking companies that don't go to California no more, and they don't go there for a reason, because all the different rules and regulations they have on trucking companies. My company, we no longer go there. That's the reason. 5 or 6 years ago, my company, we stopped going, and that was one of the best days of my life when I got the news that I wouldn't have to go to California anymore. So, like I said, when you put these type of people in power, Steve, these Democrats such as Gavin Newsom and other Nancy Pelosi's and the Kamala Harris, all these people come from California, and that's all you need to know. That's all. Those 3 names that I just gave you is all you need to know about why California is a complete and utter failure. I told you this years ago, Steve. Anybody that lived in California needed to get the hell out and make their way out of the state long ago. Long time before the fires even started, I told you people needed to get out of California. It's a dead-end state. They pride towards, Gavin Newsom pride towards his immigrants more than he pride towards his own people, Steve. You know, they're saying here's like I told you before, the ultimate slap in the face. I listened to a couple of news broadcasts while I was driving today, on the radio. A lot of that money, they got the nerve to say a lot of that money, Steve, that they cut back on the fire department. They cut back on the fire. They let a lot of people go. They did a lot of things with the fire department, And now look what happened. Now they ain't got nobody to fight the fires. And then here's the ultimate embarrassment, Steve. Last time I checked, we lived in the United States of America, and yet they don't even have no water. This shows you just how stupid these people are. They don't have no water to fight the fires in LA. You turn on the damn fire hydrant and no water comes out. Now how embarrassing is that? And like I said, you can all blame it on Gavin Newsom because, like you said, one guy is talking about Trump told them that long ago when he was in the White House, Steve. They trying to they got water that's coming down out of the mountain and they're deviating it into the ocean because they want to save some fish. I don't know what this fish is called.
Right.
They wanted to do that, so they got good water that they could be using going into the damn ocean, and now they ain't got no water to fight the fire. Gavin Newsom, he shouldn't have to be fired. He should walk out of California. He should in disgrace. He shouldn't even have to be run out of town. He should run his own self out of town because he ran California right down the drain and right in the gutter, and now you got California. I mean, well, not California, but L.A. basically on fire, and ain't a damn thing they can do about it, and because they ain't got no water to fight the fire. And it's completely unnecessary, Steve, what's going on in L.A. right now. Completely unnecessary. I feel bad for the people that live there, not for the people that run California. I could care less about the leaders and the people that actually run it because they're the ones who ran it in the gutter. But I feel bad for the individuals that live there that have to live in this ungodly place. And now they don't even have, and it could even affect the playoff game, Steve. They're talking about they may have to change. They got a playoff game, football game scheduled to be played on Saturday or Sunday with the LA Rams and the Minnesota. They're talking about they might have to move that to Arizona. And then another stadium, they claim, I don't know if maybe you could check on this after I hang up with you. I heard a report that the Rose Bowl, a stadium that's over 100 years old, that could be burned down to the ground. That's in the path of this fire. Well, this is a bad deal. This is one of the worst fires. Well, it is the worst fire in the history of California. Not to talk about all the celebrities that have lost their homes, Steve. Maybe you could give a list of that tonight. I know of one name already, Ben Affleck, the guy that was married to Jennifer Lopez, from what I'm understanding. His house burned down, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, the home that he was staying in, got burned down to the ground, too. So there's a lot of celebrities that live in the Malibu, and one of the name Paris Hilton. Her father owns the Hilton Hotel chain.
Right.
I heard her home burned down to the ground. So there's a lot of celebrities that have lost their homes, and hopefully maybe you can give a list of the name of some of these people that have lost their homes throughout the night. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, yeah, the list continues to grow. We know I mentioned James Woods. I had a handful of them we mentioned last evening. Jamie Lee Curtis, she had evacuated, and she wasn't sure if her home was still standing. I'll see what more I can dig up there. But meanwhile, 844-3388. Well, Pappy joins us. Hey, good morning, Pappy.
Yeah, sorry to bombard you with an email, Steve. I got on the phone and remember everything she's texted me. But she's saying it's off the hook out there, Steve, with this looting and stuff.
Really?
I want you to think about this now, what Eagle was just saying. The homes that are burning down are the richest people, some of the richest people in this country.
Yep.
Obviously Hollywood, right? She's saying these gangs are coming up and looting these houses because they're probably figuring, even though they're burnt through the ground, they still might find some gold chains and diamond rings. You know what I'm saying?
Sure,
Who knows
sure.
what's lying in these rubbles. She said LA PD and the prosecutor's office just came on the air out there, enacted a curfew and also a warning to anybody if you're caught looting that you're obviously going to be prosecuted. Believe that or not? From California, right? Maybe they're waking up, Steve.
All right, well, maybe what if they steal less than $900 worth of stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I think they're starting to change their tune out there on that. law too, Steve. Listen, man, you would think after some of the things I've seen on TV today with these liberals and the media, Steve, they haven't learned nothing. So we're still at the point where these whacked out leftists and these media people, we're still at the point where we can't trust them, don't listen to a word they're saying. They have not woken up yet, and they're not on board with trying to have this country move forward and be in prosper. Steve, you remember when Trump was in office and there was a hurricane that came through? Democrats literally blamed Trump for the hurricane. Literally, I mean, for the hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
So now that the Republicans are coming out and they're not blaming the governor for the fire, but they're blaming the governor and the mayor for the consequences of this fire, and they're due to lack of actions due to defunding the fire department. $17 million, I think, is what I heard, Steve, that they cut the fire department.
Yes.
Listen, man, if Horse Feathers is calling, he can tell you, you start cutting funds to the fire department and they're not able to do some of the things they do and need to do to keep their equipment operating properly, right? Can be devastating, and I mean, we're seeing it. Steve, there was a clip, Bongino played it. There was the gentleman that ran against this mayor of LA. What the heck is her name? I might have it right down anywhere. But anyway, he ran against her. He was on the air saying, hey, this lack of water, they have been warned about, and Trump even warned about it when he was in office the first time,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
And this guy's a Democrat. Now, he's coming out bashing this mayor for not taking care of business, and the anchor person on there says, well, there's no confirmed reports, there's no water. And with that, we're going to cut over to journalist so-and-so, this female, and she's out there. Hey, Lori, what do you got? Well, I'm being told by LA firefighters there's no water.
Bingo.
No unconfirmed reports, huh?
Yeah, right. And their own reporters out there telling them, hey, they're telling us there ain't no water.
Yes. Their own reporter comes right on and says, I've just been told that there is no water by fire personnel. It's just government, Steve. Unfortunately, government don't know how to run anything. You know, we give them 30 to 40% of our paycheck. I mean, think of that, Steve. Every 10 hours you work, 3 to 4 hours that you worked is being given to the government. I mean, that's a better way to look at it. How do you like that, Sundance?
Mm-hmm.
Every 10 hours you're in the truck, right? You're driving 3 or 4 hours for the government. And you were talking about knocking it up to 80, 90% there a few months ago. You want to drive 9 hours out of 10 in the truck for the government? You said it worked. Once again, Steve, these Republicans are not the answer to all our problems, but the Democrats are the cause of all our problems. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
And Democrats want big government, so there's going to be big government problems. More government, big problems. Conservatives want a smaller government. They believe that we know better to do with our own money. We might have little problems. But anyway, I mean, Steve, some of these area photos, have you seen some of these?
It's, I mean, like the before and afters and surveying down and all the,
I mean, even the after.
Subdivisions, I mean, just nothing left.
I mean, you know, you see these, you know, when the tornadoes come through, you know, there was this one shot. I mean, it took up the whole screen. I mean, it was. I think when this is all said and done, when these fires are finally put out, and we get a good sense of really what happened here. Man, oh man, Steve, man, this is bad. I tried telling Amanda as soon as she said, "Hey, the gangs are moving up here and they're starting to loot." I said, "Man, you need to get the hell out of there, girl. You need to come home." She said, "Well, I don't know how much time I have at work, and work really needs me, and I guess a lot of people are coming in with lung issues due to the smoke in the air. You know, I mean, you know, that's, you know, hey, it's kind of like what cops, firefighters, doctors, nurses do, you know. People need help. You try to help them. But, man, Steve, I saw something else. I'll get off here. I wasn't planning on talking about this when I called in, but there was, I should have looked at it first. The amount of money that LA was given to solve the homeless problem. It was in the billions that the feds gave California. And they gave the number of homeless people in California. Steve, the number of homeless people went up. It didn't drop after they were given billions of dollars to solve this problem. I'll see if I can dig it up and send it to you, and I'll tell you what, that's what we're talking about. You give the government money to solve a problem, and they make the problem worse. They're responsible for what's happening out here right now. By not letting that water come down, by not clearing that brush out, knowing that this could cause a catastrophic event.
And that's what's unfolding.
All right, brother, if I get any major updates from her, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I think we talked about it enough. But if anything major comes up, she texts me out. I'll forward it on to you. And I got buttons still to put together, cigarettes to roll. I guess I'm going to have to get out and wipe that cruiser off the snow tomorrow before I head in.
Yeah, I guess we're in the...
They're talking 2 to 4 or 2
to 4. I mean, I think they bumped it down a little bit. But yeah, they're saying 2 to 4. Grandkids are already... School's already been called for Friday for the kids. I guess they don't want to get them in there and then have the buses slipping and sliding trying to get them home.
Yes, exactly. It's probably a good call. I mean, it sounds like literally the beginning of rush hour. We're talking about it starting at noon. So if it really starts to snow at noon, Steve, by the time I got to pull out of my driveway at 4, it's probably going to be a mess, man.
Yes, sir.
You know, so it is what it is. Ain't like the first time, right? Not the first rodeo having to go to work when it snows. All right. Steve, everybody be safe. Have a good weekend. Hammer down. Appreciate you taking the call.
Thank you very much. All right. Big Ed posted something. What do you say? Something about why won't the call go through? Yeah, we have not had full lines. We got. I picked up my phone here a few minutes ago. Ed dialed it up and it went right through. So 844-844-3388. The prognosticator of prognosticators having difficulty. All right, Philly Dan, have a great weekend, everybody. Holy moly, it's cold outside. Congratulations to Notre Dame. What a bad time to get an interception at the end of the game there. Is that how Notre Dame ended up there in field goal range? I missed that. Okay. All right. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Just talked to Pappy. 10 degrees, maybe 2 to 4, 3 to 5 inches for our region coming our way today. All right. For this, what we call the tri-state region, 4 p.m., not a good time to start my shift, I think. Yes, indeed. He just mentioned that. Country Bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan. Finally got some ice. Time to go fishing. Yeah, cold enough for, the ice fishing. With those temperatures we've had this week, the ice should be pretty darn thick now, right? Thick enough to get the shanties and the four-wheelers and all that out there. All right, good afternoon. Hammer down, 30 degrees. Fishkill, New York. It's back to Schenectady tonight. Then we'll reload in Wilmington, Delaware for a New Haven, Connecticut run there Saturday. Hello to the overnight drive crew. 20 degrees in Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Cold. Thank you, Jacob, for the update. Old Cripshot is in the house. Jeffrey checks in from Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. We're excited for another fabulous show. Good morning from the Hacienda. Hello, Heatwave. Edgewood, New Mexico. No freight due to the weather, so I'm home for tonight. Last count, it was 23 degrees. Snow around 2 to 3 inches. Yeah, worse to the north and east. If you don't have to go, stay home, be warm. Otherwise, be safe. And we'll do it again next week, all right? So out there in New Mexico, Shorty is I-77 northbound at the North Carolina-Virginia line. You notice how deep into the south the cold is, 24 degrees. And he's headed into colder weather, Columbus bound at this hour. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Good morning from the Ice Cream Man in Orlando this Friday morning. Good to have you with us. Billy, good morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks, getting started early here in eastern North Carolina before the ice and snow comes rolling in tonight. 26 degrees, Beulahville, North Carolina. Great to have you all on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. He added that Russia turning to North Korea shows the weakness of President Vladimir Putin. Rebecca Bundan reports.
Zelensky made the comments while addressing an international conference at a US base in western Germany, which brought together delegates from Europe and the US. He was referring to North Korean soldiers fighting in the western Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine's military has been launching a cross-border incursion, saying that thousands of North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured so far. This comes as there are growing concerns among Western countries about Russia's strengthening relationship with North Korea, and after North Korea earlier this week launched a missile test which it said was a new hypersonic intermediate-range missile designed to strike remote targets in the Pacific. Rebecca Bunds in Tokyo.
Chinese President Xi Jinping will send a high-level envoy in his place to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, according to the Financial Times newspaper. Trump had extended the invitation to Xi, but experts said it would have been unprecedented for a leader of China to attend a U.S. presidential inauguration and called it political theater. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, Beijing said the high-level official would attend the inauguration on January 20th instead of President Xi Jinping and would hold talks with China's team. The official could be Hung Jung, a vice president who sometimes stands in for Xi in ceremonial roles, while another option was Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The report said some Trump advisers wanted Tsai Chi, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee seen as wielding much more power than Hung and Wang in his capacity as Xi's right-hand man. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The United Nations is warning more than 125,000 Syrian refugees are facing desperate conditions as they return to their home country. The UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, says many people have arrived back in Syria following last month's fall of the Assad regime, but families find themselves with little shelter and few economic prospects. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
More than 1 million refugees have flowed back into the country. But what they face there is hardly a dream come true. Syria's brutal war has led to a devastating humanitarian crisis. UN figures show nearly 15 million Syrians require health services, 13 million face acute food insecurity, and many have no shelter while battling winter conditions. United Nations officials say they need $73.2 million over the next 6 months to support displaced people. Officials are calling on the international community to act.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, our prognosticator of prognosticators gave me a call on the cell during the break. Said, Steve, I tried like 14 times. I can't get through. And it wouldn't make sense if it's on that end. They would be able to get a hold of me on the cell. So I don't know. Yeah, how the connection thing. I mean, he said they got 3-4 inches of snow on the ground. Of course, they have had some ice. I don't know if that might be impacting some of the cell towers there in the state of Oklahoma. But he did mention Josh Malloy's grandmother, Cherry Malloy. Shout out to Cherry if you're still listening in there. She was tuned in a little bit earlier in the program. Next time you see Josh, tell him we said, hey, we're 1,000 miles away, right? Double trucker, 6 degrees today in Lodi. Feels like 3 below. I'm waiting on my meat driver to head back to Western New York and end the week. I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, heat wave's going to hit the sack till try it again next week. All right, sweet dreams there. Hello to Rubber Duck, home sweet home. Yeah, did you lose your puppy this past day? He mentioned that they got the official word. I saw where Kimmy had made him some chicken gizzards or something, gizzards and some scrambled eggs, trying to get him to eat something, but it's very difficult to lose your fur babies, right? Of course, young Steven just lost Layla here a couple of weeks ago. They paid the whole thing to have the cremation done. They just got the remains back with her name on the box and everything the day before yesterday. So got a little memorial set up for Layla there. She was a good dog. Who else on board? Let's see. Yes, hello to Cherry Malloy, Josh's grandmother there. I see that post. Oh, Cherry she actually chimed in. Hi there. You just caught my eye. Sounds interesting. Can't believe some of these fires were started on purpose. Yes, arson, that's the word. Let's see what's going on with Russell. Russell was able to get through. How we doing?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
I'm hanging with them. Happy Friday.
I hear you. Happy Friday to you. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to give you an update on my wife. I don't know if I told y'all that she was on a ventilator for 2 weeks, sedated, but she's out of it now. It had affected her memory a little bit, but she's coming back slowly. She remembers some things and stuff. I hadn't been able to see her for like 2 weeks since I was diagnosed with RSV, so I got to see her first time about 2-3 days ago.
Okay.
But she is getting better, but it's going to be a long process still, though.
Wow.
But she's heading in the right direction. I guess I might as well say, which I'm glad. But it's been something else throughout the new year. But like I said, I'm not complaining because I wouldn't want to be those poor people out there in California. I feel so sorry for them. I was in an argument a minute ago. I was listening to you about this lady and all in denial and everything about, I don't know, she's crazy. Saying I was delusional while I was commenting to her, but whatever.
Sad situation out there. And just,
anyway.
And yet, like they said, where are all these people where are they going to find places to stay?
I know. It's sad. It was really a sad state. I don't know. It's just going to be crazy. I mean, I feel sorry for them. I keep them in my prayers and everything. And I want to also thank I know you all have been praying for my wife, and I appreciate it. Just continue to pray for her. Like I said, it's going to be a slow start. But yeah, getting back to California, I'm just sitting here looking. I'm like, oh my goodness. I mean, what? And another thing I was thinking, you hope the insurance covers these people's houses. They may not. Maybe like Florida. I mean, insurances.
That is a fact. We know that there's a number of them that did not have fire insurance, and it's in some cases there's going to, and the losses. I mean, the numbers. They're talking this. It's already one of the most expensive natural disasters in the entire country, based on the billions in losses. They tell us. And
man,
of course,
that's terrible. I mean, I've watched it on the TV, and it's almost like a movie. I mean, it don't seem real. I mean, you know what I mean, Steve? I mean, It's just man, it's sad.
Yeah, we talk about.
Well, I'll let you go, Steve.
And you talk about Hollywood. It's like it looks like a Hollywood film. Some of this, the video, but it's the real deal.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too, Steve. That's what I was trying to say. It's unreal. But Steve, you take care of yourself, and like say hi to everybody out there. I haven't been on for a while or anything, but y'all take care out there, and we'll talk to you later, Steve.
All right. Thank you for the update, Russell. Best wishes, prayers for the wife that continued healing. I mean, I've lost track. She's been hospitalized since back prior to Thanksgiving. All right, that clears another line at 844-844-3388. Shorty just sent me an update. Officials have been saying they anticipate the number of fatalities would continue to grow there in California. And this update this morning from USA Today, firefighters Thursday continue battling the multiple deadly wildfires, destroying now more than 10,000 homes, businesses, vehicles, other structures. Thursday's briefing over 5,000 structures in the Eaton fire alone. An aerial survey estimated 5,316 structures may have been destroyed, which includes residential and commercial buildings, along with smaller structures like RVs, sheds. The County of Los Angeles medical examiner said they've received a notification of 10 fire-related deaths now. The department said all cases are pending identification and legal next of kin notification. L.A. County Sheriff said the death toll would likely change when it's safe for human remain detection teams to go home to home searching. The obvious question is, do you think it's going to grow? I'm praying it doesn't, but based on the devastation that is clear, it looks like a bomb, an atomic bomb, dropped in these areas. I don't expect good news, according to the sheriff. In total, 5 fires are now active. More than 45 square miles have burned across the region. The Palisades Fire, the coastal Pacific Palisades community, the Eaton Fire, east in the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, the largest blazes, both with zero containment. The evacuation numbers are almost 180,000. Another 200,000 face potential evacuation warnings. To date, 20 have been arrested for looting thus far. Individuals who choose to go in areas and deprive these poor people who've been through so much, absolutely unacceptable. If you are in one of those areas where you do not belong, you will be arrested. The sheriff said they're planning to impose a curfew, which, again, they came out here a few hours ago and said is in place, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in areas impacted by the fires. The Kenneth Fire, igniting this past day in the Woodland Hills neighborhood in northern Los Angeles, which borders the Santa Monica Mountains, that spread to 960 acres in a matter of hours, had initially prompted mandatory evacuation orders before being downgraded to evacuation warnings, as crews for that blaze had been able to stop the forward progress. All right, a couple of updates. Firefighters finally made some headway on the Palisades Fire Thursday. By Thursday night, all right, they say that is now 6% containment. So a little bit of progress. The Eaton Fire has grown to more than 21 square miles Thursday. That's still 0% contained. Cause of that blaze under investigation. The Hearst Fire in the Sylmar area, 771 acres, 37% contained. The Kenneth Fire scorched 960 acres and was 0% contained, but the department said Thursday night forward progress for the fire had been stopped, and firefighters will remain on the scene overnight to knock down hot spots. The Lydia Fire near the unincorporated Acton, California, grew to 348 acres, about 60% contained. All right. It is 844-844-3388. On a Friday morning. Hey, Mike.
Morning, Your Honor. Happy Casual Friday.
Yes, indeed.
And if you want to tell the proctologist, the prognosticators there that you've had him blocked so that I can get on before him, you can tell him that. That'd be all right.
All right. That's not true.
You sure? I don't know. I'm thinking I got on and he can't get in. I'm just thinking, but I don't know. We'll go with your story. We'll go with that. But anyways, so in order to protect your property out there, you got to be armed with a garden hose in one hand and a shotgun in the other, huh?
Isn't that crazy?
Are they in East LA or what? I remember those movies there about East LA and that. But you talk about Hollywood and the movies, and they've gotten to the point that they make the movies so realistic at this point that when you see something like this, it's hard to define that this isn't just a movie that because the movies have gotten to the point that they are so realistic now that it's just hard to define between the two of them until you actually get where you actually get somewhere to see this. And and I guess this is probably going to compete somewhere with the Great Baltimore Fire and the Great Chicago Fire there. Of course, we all remember Mrs. O'Leary's cow. You don't mix cows with lanterns or something like that.
Right.
But yeah, so it's a bad thing. But so Pappy's kind of right there. Lack of fire service equipment isn't just a Los Angeles problem. I mean, all the major cities there with their budget issues, you know, fire service is one of the things that gets cut. And even, you know, I know here in Baltimore, they have a lot of equipment that's out of service that is either in for repair or, you know, like what we find with the trucking industry is waiting for parts. You just, you know, they go in for repair and there isn't parts available to fix them. So the equipment they do have is sitting on the sideline waiting to be repaired. And Baltimore City is actually borrowing equipment from neighboring departments just to try to keep their fleet up as much as they can. And they actually close a few firehouses and rotate things around between different firehouses at different times of the day to, you know, what their statistically, you know, where the calls are for the certain time of day, they try to load the equipment up in that area and then move it to other parts of the area at other times of the day. So it's a major game that's being played with all this equipment. And but there is a major problem, and you know, budget shortfalls are a major effect of you know, trying to keep some of this, you know, at least replaced equipment and you know, the amount of equipment that they need. So other thing is the lack of water. Now there is, I'm sure, a lack of supply water right from the beginning. But the next problem comes is when you have all these pieces of equipment out on all these different fires, and your standard water mains, a lot of times that come from the major supplies, whether it's the reservoir, the pumping station, the water towers. A lot of those are somewhere, you know, a lot of times between 36 inches, 48-inch mains. But then they branch down. They branch down to a 16-inch main to get into another area, and then that main branches down to a 8-inch or 10-inch main. And well, the problem next comes is if you've got 25, 30 fire trucks, their intakes are somewhere between 5 and 6 inches in diameter, and they have the capability, most of them, of pumping probably a minimum of 1,250 gallons a minute, you know, 1,250 gallons a minute, which would probably be on the small side. To an average truck would probably pump 1,500 gallons a minute. To some of the larger trucks will pump anywhere from 1,750 to 2,000 gallons a minute. Well, the water supply
the drawdown
that can be put through, well, it's not just that, but it's the amount of water that can actually physically go through the pipe to get to the fire apparatus. There's only so much that can be there. So when you go to truck 1, you got plenty of water. When you go to truck 2, the amount of water that can go through the pipe is cut back to truck 2, which is cut back to truck 3, which is cut back to truck 4. And well, by the time you get to 5 or 6, there isn't enough water that can actually go through the pipe to actually supply all those. And then on top of that, you put everybody that's running water in their garden hoses. You know, there is a reason that they limit people from being able to water their lawns and wash their cars. It you know, it's not just the water supply itself, it's the amount of flow that can go through the pipes. Well, if everybody in the whole neighborhood's got garden hoses going, it's actually coming out of the same water main that the fire trucks are actually trying to draw water out of, and vice versa. The fire trucks are taking all the water out of the mains, and there's none left for the garden hoses. So yes, there's probably an initial, reserve problem, but there is also only so much water that can go through the pipes. So when you get down to the tail end of the systems, there is going to be places with no water because it's all sucked out before it gets there. And it just doesn't have any way to get water to that point.
Okay.
So, but anyway, so with all that happy news, I guess we're supposed to be averted from this storm this weekend. From what I'm understanding, that the Mid-Atlantic areas, there isn't any steering winds to push the storm up the coast. So apparently, what's going across below us is actually going to go out into the ocean, and won't be coming up the coastline into the heart of the Mid-Atlantic area. So they're talking a few flurries for Saturday morning, but after that, though, the last report I saw, there really wasn't much there because, without the wind being able to drive it as a nor'easter, that we're not going to really have much issue of weather other than we're going to continue on with the cold. But anyway, so I guess other than that, the only thing I had to report there is on the Make-A-Wish side is I believe we've got all the thank yous out. I'm really hoping we do. I think we've got to the bottom of them, and I feel bad it's taken so long. I did realize how late it has gotten from that, and but we've been working on it. So anyways, I hope everybody has received them. I do greatly appreciate it. I've been doing this since 2016, and as I said before, with the help of everybody on this show and a few other things, and Hot Shot Secret with their matching contribution, and I've actually been able to increase my donation level every year, and then of course this will be the fourth year that I've been a top 30 driver. That I started out in the top 30 at 21, and the next year we moved to 13. We went from 21 to 13. To this spring, when we did Make-A-Wish, we were in the number 8, and with what we raised this year, we're actually in the number 5 position. So not only have we increased donations every year, we've moved up in the top 30 list as well. So I'm hoping to continue the tradition, and we're going to work hard. And I actually got something else I found out during the day yesterday that I'm hoping is going to work out as a little bit more of a charitable contribution event that I might be able to be involved in. So I'm hoping I can actually pull something else off myself this year to bring in a little more. So we'll have to find out. We're going to find out more in March and April on that. So we'll keep everybody up to date on that. But we got good plans, so we're looking forward to it. Looking forward to a good year. So
excellent.
But other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for Casual Friday. And remember what Casual Friday means, Your Honor?
Not necessarily.
Casual Friday. Casual Friday means doesn't mean drive naked.
Thanks for the heads up there, Horse Feathers. All right. It was earlier in the day, Thursday. Word came down that an approaching wildfire had forced the closure of NASA's lead center for robotic planetary exploration, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which lies at the base of the San Gabriel Mountains just north of L.A. It was temporarily shuttered due to the Eaton fire, which was raging nearby. JPL is closed except for emergency personnel. No fire damage so far, some wind damage, but it is very close to the hub. Hundreds of JPLers have been evacuated from their homes, and many have lost their homes. A special thanks to our emergency crews. Please keep us in your thoughts and stay safe, was the word from the JPL director. JPL is federally funded but managed by the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena. The center runs many of NASA's high-profile robotic missions, like the Perseverance and Curiosity Mars rovers and the $5 billion Europa Clipper, which recently launched to explore an intriguing ocean moon of Jupiter. The Eden Fire, one of several big blazes churning through the L.A. area. The biggest and most destructive continues to be the Palisades Fire, laying waste to the Pacific Palisades neighborhood on the west side of the city. And of course, the wildfire closure isn't the only adversity with JPL. Recently, the lab conducted 2 rounds of layoffs last year, ultimately letting go about 8% of their workforce in February and another 5% there in November with regards to budgetary issues. All right, always moving. We'll be checking in coming up here. Let's get to the news break because that's about a minute away. And we've got all the latest on the Northeast. A storm in the southern states will keep the heaviest snow and ice south of Washington, D.C., but it will still produce some accumulating snow and slippery travel from the Midwest to the central Appalachians, parts of the mid-Atlantic. Soon after this latest lake effect snow event winds down, the new threat of snow and travel problems spreads over the region. Later on Friday night into Saturday will be the time frame for that region of the country. 844-844-3388. That's the number to dial us up on a casual Friday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. More than 2,000 properties and buildings have been destroyed and around 180,000 people have been told to evacuate. The city's mayor says high winds and droughts have created the perfect storm. Ever since Ira Spitzer's in LA and has been surveying the damage.
Well, we've gotten some new updates from officials here in Los Angeles, and the Palisades fire, which is the fire right behind me there, although it looks just like a major smoke haze right now, that has already become the most destructive wildfire in the history of Los Angeles County. There have been more than 2,000 structures destroyed, and that number is expected to perhaps rise further as officials realize the extent of the damage. Another fire burning, the Eaton Fire, appears to be the second largest wildfire in LA history.
The 5 living U.S. presidents have all attended the funeral service for former U.S. President Jimmy Carter in Washington, D.C. The country's holding a national day of mourning to remember the 39th U.S. president. As FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Tributes flowed in for former President Jimmy Carter on Thursday at a state funeral, the highest honour for the former leader who was known as much for his one-term presidency as for his humanitarian work. Among the hundreds of mourners in the Washington National Cathedral were all 5 living current and former US leaders. President-elect Donald Trump sat next to Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, and President Joe Biden in one of his last major appearances before standing down. The former president returns to his hometown of Plains, Georgia for a final burial. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in its first few days, according to US media reports. It would target workers allegedly living in the US illegally, possibly at a workplace in the Washington, D.C. area. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
It's been reported that the Trump transition team has asked US immigration and customs enforcement officials about resources to carry out workplace raids. Such an operation typically surprises workers at a large employer, arresting those suspected to be living and working in the US without authorization. Workplaces that could be under consideration include those in agriculture, construction, hospitality and healthcare. It's expected the operation would take place in the first few days of Trump's presidency, potentially even as early as Inauguration Day. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. The 5 living US presidents have all attended the funeral service for former US President Jimmy Carter, and the incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in the first few days, according to US media reports. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
We roll into another hour. The Eagle was asking about the sheer number of, multi-million-dollar homes that have burned, celebrities. And I did a quick search. People magazine has published a list. I mean, there's like 51. Hollywood names on the list here at this point. A number of names I don't recognize, but many that I do. Kate Beckinsale, Julianne Hough, Brian Greenberg and Jamie Chung, Chrissy Teigen, James Woods, Molly Sims, Mario Lopez, Caroline Murphy, Spencer Pratt and Heidi Montag. This goes on and on and on. Melissa Rivers, I guess that's Joan Rivers' daughter. J.J. Redick's family. Again, some I don't recognize. Jennifer Grey. Anna Faris. Okay, and Billy Crystal. There he is on the list. Someone was asking, I heard Billy Crystal lost his. It's incredible. Fire has no boundaries. From the poorest to the richest of the rich, fire does not care. Well, you crossed my mind in recent days. I'd been wondering, hope everything's all right, because we hadn't talked to Always Moving, and it's been about Thanksgiving, right?
Yes, it was. I think it was just before Thanksgiving was the last time we got to chat. I think so. But how was your holidays?
Made it through, had enjoyed some time off, had like a 5-day weekend for Christmas, same for the new year, and this is our first full week back to work for the new year.
All right. Well, you're doing real good. And your son's leg's healing up okay?
His leg is healing right now, February. It's kind of up in the air, but February is the planned go back to work date. We'll see.
Oh, good. I'm glad that's going well. And everyone in the family is doing well?
All doing well. And we got us a new puppy for Christmas as well.
Did you? What'd you get?
Well, he's a mix of everything. Daddy is bulldog husky, or was it boxer husky, I think it was. Mom was like 70% German Shepherd and some collie in her. So he's a Heinz 57, but he's cute as a bug. He's going to be a big boy.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm glad. What'd you name him?
Ace. Yeah, we got him. We got him for the grandson. Of course, the grandson lives here with my daughter. I mean, I wanted him, but Princess said no. Well, yeah, let's get one for Rowan. And so Rowan named him Ace.
Yeah, it's always about the kids. Yeah, it's about the kids. Well, I got to fulfill a lifelong dream, and I wouldn't try not to say anything beforehand, but my friend that I pedal with, we went back to New York City and got to see the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in person. And it was a thrill of a lifetime for me to see that. And it is quite different to see it in person than what you see on TV.
Yeah.
It was really, really neat. And you don't, you miss that the people walking in the parade stop and talk to you, and they're all saying Happy Thanksgiving, and I took a lot of photos. And I don't know if you remember, but when we pedaled the bike tour up there in May, it was 50 degrees and raining, and it was freezing cold. And by golly, on Thanksgiving Day, it was 50 degrees and pouring rain again. And even though we had on ponchos and chairs and stuff. I mean, we were so clear to our underwear and shoes and socks and just everything. Yeah, it was rough, but we had a ball. We had an absolute ball, and we also did a walking tour of Rockefeller Center. Got to see the tree and the skating rink, and was very surprised by that. I had no idea there was that much artwork there. And we went to the Rockettes next door and saw the Christmas show. And I really didn't know what to expect other than the Rockettes were a group that kicked high. And that Christmas show was beyond belief. That was truly one of the best shows I've ever seen. It was really, really neat. And we did a lot of walking around, walked up Fifth Avenue at night looking at the Christmas lights. And if anyone gets a chance, be sure you go online and look at the Louis Vuitton store at the corner of Fifth Avenue and 57th Street. They are remodeling it, and they made the whole building look like stacked luggage. And it was the neatest thing to see. It was really spectacular. And got to see, the Christmas decorations up there are very different from around here we use lights, and there they use actual things. Like, it's hard to explain, but it was very beautiful. And we saw Trump Tower, walked right by Trump Tower. That was pretty cool. And of course the Plaza Hotel and everything. And during the parade where my friend and I got separated in the rain and all, and anyway, so we were sitting a couple blocks from each other, but she was actually sitting directly across from the hotel where the CEO got shot. The healthcare executive got shot.
Wow.
Yeah. And the Starbucks that he went into beforehand is the Starbucks that we ate at right after the parade ended. Yeah, it was right between where Sherry was and I was, and that Starbucks was right in between us, and I believe that's the one that he was in. So, and that was just, a couple days after Thanksgiving. So it was a pretty ominous kind of thing for us that happened. And we went down. Oh, I got to see, this is really cool. It's cool to me. Anyway, the day after, on Friday, we went down to the Lego store on Fifth Avenue, and then we walked to and I'd never been to a Lego store. That was really cool. They had 4 security guards in there. It was really wild. And then we walked over to the M&M store. We had to walk west to it. And as we were walking west on the street, I looked over and I said, well, I recognize that Christmas tree. That's the Fox News Christmas tree. So whenever you watch Fox and Friends, they're always on the curved couch. Mm-hmm. And the Christmas tree is right there. Well, if you look just past that tree, there's a black, like a marble wall, and you can see the intersection. You can see that marble wall. And along that marble wall, there were these white ornaments, and they were like almost like the outline of the ornaments that were there. Well, we had walked, if you're looking at the couch, we walked from right to left going across the intersection, and I sat on that marble wall, and I sat there and I was photographing the tree and looking, and I said, I couldn't tell because it's kind of in it's like a square between some buildings, and so I couldn't really figure out if the tree went with the building to the west or the building to the south, because there's just this corner cut out. And so I wasn't really sure. And now, and I sat there and I photographed it and all, and then we walked on, and the next intersection is where the M&M store is. Well, every time after that, during the holidays, I would bring it up on my phone, and I'd be looking at Fox and Friends, and I'd get all excited that, oh my God, there's the wall. I was sitting right there.
Yeah.
Did they see me on TV?
Yeah.
My gray hair going across the intersection. It was just, I didn't realize what I was looking at from the street, looking up at it. But yeah, so that was pretty cool that I was there. And then we also got to do a walking tour of the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island. And then flew back, and we went from Dayton to D.C. to LaGuardia and then the same back. And I tell you, I had been to D.C. when my daughter was about, I think she was about 9 or 10 years old. I took her over to meet my cousins, and my cousins lived there, and they took us on a fabulous tour. Arlington Cemetery was our favorite place. But anyway, is when the plane landed, I was so excited because it was really, really early morning flight. I could see the Capitol, and the Washington Monument was right there by the airport and the Jefferson Memorial, and I could see the Capitol. And I tell you what, I was absolutely bursting with pride. I was so excited that President Trump is going back to the Capitol and that I was looking at it. I was just really so tickled on the inside that I could see that. It was really a big deal for me. And then as the plane was coming into LaGuardia, I was on the left side of the plane and got a really good picture of the Statue of Liberty. Oh, and when we took off from D.C., I got some fabulous aerial photos of Arlington Cemetery looking down on it. And that was mind-blowing to see how big that is from the air and to see all of the graves lined up, the stones and all. It was just beautiful. So it was a really, really wonderful trip. Oh, and we went to the top of the rock at Rockefeller Center and sat up there. They have a real cute, after we did the walking tour, went up there and went to the level 1 plaza, and there's a nice little cafe up there, and they have a beautiful outdoor terrace, and sat up there for a while before we went over to see the Rockettes. So we packed as much as we could into 3 days.
Yes.
Yeah, we stuffed it in, but it was a lot of fun. And then I worked at the hospital over Christmas, and New Year's was at Sherry's house watching the Buckeyes win. So I'm hoping that they show up again tonight and do a really great job. Go Buckeyes! So yeah, I've had a really good time, and I got 8 to 10 inches of snow here this week with the storm that came in, and hay in the barn and heater in the water tank, and the horses are still out in the pasture digging. It's like, idiots, come back in here. There's food and water up here, and they're like, no, we'll go out here and dig in the snow. Okay, that's fine. That's just the way they are. But they know where the food is if they want it.
That's correct.
So that's what's been going on in my life, and just had a really great. I mean, the Thanksgiving thing. Growing up, you got up in the morning on Thanksgiving, and my mother was fixing a big dinner, and we would sit and watch the parade, and that was just the coolest thing. And to finally see it in person, it was really, really spectacular, and it was just another thing off the bucket list that I just couldn't have been happier about it. I mean, nicer weather would have been good. And I met a couple by the name of Bill and Linda from Texas, were right in front of me, and they had come up from Texas because it was a lifelong dream for them too. They were about my age, and we sat and visited and waited for the crowds to disappear afterwards, and thanked a lot of the policemen that were there. And that's the other thing you don't see is just how many police are there and what is on the side streets. Oh, and also where Sherry was sitting was where the anti-Palestinians protested.
Yes.
And they walked out and sat down and did the sit-in. That was right in front of Sherry. And she said all of a sudden these police just popped out of came out of everywhere, and paddy wagons showed up. And that's what they have on all the side streets is all of the police wagons and stuff. I felt totally safe.
Wow.
Because I thought, well, they'll get them within about 5 seconds, and that's exactly what happened. So it was just a lot of fun. So I was wanting to call in and wish everybody a Happy New Year and Merry Christmas and all. And I called one night, and it was your sponsor. I'm sorry, it's late at night.
It must have been the night we had Josh with us. The Hot Shot Secret there with Josh, yeah.
Mr. Hotshot Secret was there, and I thought, they don't want to hear about my trip. So anyway, I hung up. But I was thinking about everybody, and had a wonderful holiday, and it was very nice. It was very nice at work, and so just really lovely. And we were very busy for Christmas. Usually the people don't bring their kids in, for Christmas. They kind of keep them home, but no, they were bringing them in. We were very busy on Christmas Day. And I worked 3 days in a row there. And so, yeah, it was very busy, but a lot of sick kids at the hospital right now. Pretty typical for this time of year, not seeing anything like really freakish or unusual. But just staying busy. But anyway, I just want to call and check in, and I'm glad everybody had a good holiday. And
great to get an update.
Cheer for the Buckeyes and hope we make it on.
Yes,
indeed. Make it on to the next one. And I really wish I could go to the inauguration, but that's not going to happen. But I've never wanted to go to one till now, but I would want to go and just be a fly on the wall on the street and watch it in person and then come back. But
knock something off the bucket list, right? Well, that's we can all tune in and watch it from the comforts of our home 20s. All right, so had a good Christmas, New Year. What a great way to start 2025. Always moving.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
To jump over to some of the industry headlines here on a Friday. As I said, lots to cover. All too often, it feels like lawmakers and government agencies aren't listening to the needs of truck drivers. However, the FMCSA's recent proposal to strengthen broker transparency regulations, as well as their denial of a petition from the Transportation Intermediaries Association to eliminate the existing rules, indicates the decision makers are paying attention to what truckers have to say on this issue. That's why the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is urging all truck drivers to seize the opportunity to file comments on that broker transparency proposal by the January 21 deadline. Well, this past day, January the 8th, Wednesday, they hosted their online fireside chat. Kind of explaining why broker transparency is essential and to answer questions from truck drivers about the proposal. It's been around for a long time, the proposal that is. This is one of the requirements that actually has been in federal regulations for over 40 years. It's just never been complied with. We need to change that, says Todd Spencer, and this is our opportunity. We can let everybody know what's going on, but our words mean so much more if they're backed by your words and real-world experience. Your voice matters. Your opinion matters. So the request is, let's work together to fix some of these issues. Broker transparency is one of the issues that needs to be fixed. Now, as we said, despite the regulations being on the books for decades, many brokers are able to evade compliance. This has caused truck drivers to be unsure whether they're receiving a fair deal or actually being hit with a bogus claim. In 2020, truckers' frustrations boiled over to the point that hundreds of truckers traveled to Washington, D.C., organized a week-long protest about the issue. At that time, the protest caught the attention of President Donald Trump. It also prompted OOIDA to petition the agency to require that brokers automatically provide an electronic copy of each transaction record within 48 hours and prohibit brokers from asking carriers to waive their rights. Although the proposal from the FMCSA does not exactly mirror OOIDA's petition, it would indeed take steps in a positive direction for truck drivers. It would require brokers to keep their records in an electronic format, require brokers to provide an electronic copy of records within 48 hours after a carrier makes a request, require that records contain information about charges and payments connected to the shipment, including a description, amount, and dates, as well as any claims connected to the shipment, and affirm that brokers have a regulatory obligation to provide transaction records. Jay Grimes, OOIDA's Director of Federal Affairs, said the proposal, it's not perfect. We plan to use our comments to encourage the agency to provide specifics when it comes to enforcement and penalties. They are relying on the current civil penalties that are already in the FMCSA regulations. And frankly, they don't provide enough of a strategy exactly on how they're going to improve actual enforcement. So that fireside chat, 7:30 Central Time this past evening.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. He added that Russia turning to North Korea shows the weakness of President Vladimir Putin. Rebecca Bundan reports.
Zelensky made the comments while addressing an international conference at a US base in Western Germany, which brought together delegates from Europe and the US. He was referring to North Korean soldiers fighting in the western Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine's military has been launching a cross-border incursion, saying that thousands of North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured so far. This comes as there are growing concerns among Western countries about Russia's strengthening relationship with North Korea, and after North Korea earlier this week launched a missile test which it said was a new hypersonic intermediate-range missile designed to strike remote targets in the Pacific. Rebecca Bundan, Tokyo.
Chinese President Xi Jinping will send a high-level envoy in his place to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, according to the Financial Times newspaper. Trump had extended the invitation to Xi, but experts said it would have been unprecedented for a leader of China to attend a U.S. presidential inauguration and called it political theater. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, Beijing said the high-level official would attend the inauguration on January 20th instead of President Xi Jinping and would hold talks with China's team. The official could be Hung Jung, a vice president who sometimes stands in for Xi in ceremonial roles, while another option was Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The report said some Trump advisors wanted Tsai Chi, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee seen as wielding much more power than Hung and Wang, in his capacity as Xi's right-hand man. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The United Nations is warning more than 125,000 Syrian refugees are facing desperate conditions as they return to their home country. The UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, says many people have arrived back in Syria following last month's fall of the Assad regime, but families find themselves with little shelter and few economic prospects. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
More than 1 million refugees have flowed back into the country. But what they face there is hardly a dream come true. Syria's brutal war has led to a devastating humanitarian crisis. UN figures show nearly 15 million Syrians require health services, 13 million face acute food insecurity, and many have no shelter while battling winter conditions. United Nations officials say they need $73.2 million over the next 6 months to support displaced people. Officials are calling on the international community to act.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, rolling on into the early hours of a Friday. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And I do believe we have is it a first-time caller? Terry, hi there.
Yeah, this is Terry.
Morning, Terry.
First-time caller.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good. I've texted in before the Northeast Missouri Duramax. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Northeast Missouri Duramax. I'll have to refresh my memory.
Oh, I was at the gas station and I was putting in the Hot Shot Secret in my truck, and the Duramax on the other side of the pump wouldn't know what I was doing, so we had to go through the whole Hot Shot Secret
presentation.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, something like that.
Yeah,
been using it for years.
Excellent. So you're like are you an over-the-road driver or just a third shift worker?
No, I'm actually retired now, but I don't know. Back a few years ago, I was actually a Schwann route driver.
Oh, okay.
That's challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Go to people's houses and they ain't home. You get 5 minutes down the road, then they're home, and you have to go back and fix for a long day.
No doubt. So how's your new year starting out? Looking forward to good things, 2025?
Yeah, everything's going good so far. We can't complain.
So according to the, said you've been listening for several years now. How'd you come across the program?
My brother is he's a over the road salesman for Kenworth and distribute. He goes to the different customers and then they tell him what parts they want and everything, and then he makes them orders and then has the Kenworth that he works for distribute them parts to people.
Gotcha.
So
okay, so
he's the one that introduced me to the Hot Shot Secret.
Excellent. That's really cool.
After I bought my first Duramax.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I say, me and the wife, we go up to Michigan, up to the peak there, Copper Harbor, and the truck sits outside and 30 below zero or whatever, and have that Hot Shot Secret in, and they ain't never had any issues with it never starting when we're up there. So
that's the name of the game, no doubt about it. Well, we're gonna hook you up. We'll help you out with your next purchase. How about with a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret for being a first-time caller?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've got your phone number jotted down here, so I've got you, and Sheldon was a first-time caller earlier this week, so I'll get your names submitted later this morning, and maybe even later today, you might get it'll be in a text message. You just go to hotshotsecret.com, place your order, and use the coupon code that they'll message to you for $60 off the entire order.
When I order it now, I use the coupon code overnight drive, for that 10%. That's awesome.
Well, believe it or not, you could probably, I think you can do both. You could use the overnight drive code and then get $60 as well. How about that?
That would be awesome.
That's a great deal. All right. Well, hey, thank you, Terry, for chiming in. First-time caller. We love those first-time callers, and don't be a stranger. It was Knucklebuster. He's home with Tennessee, so he's probably snuggled up in the hills of Tennessee at this hour. But he had messaged me. He came across like a YouTuber, a video. It's a guy that does in-depth testing of various products. And he said it was on, I think the website was The Drive. And he forwarded the text to me. He said, it's the time of year. Winter's the time of year that really puts diesel trucks and tractors to the test. Sure, a boosted engine loves cold air, but you know what doesn't? The fuel that makes these workhorses run. That's why there's so many additives on the market meant to prevent diesel from gelling up. Companies make lots of other claims about their products, too, but how well do they actually work? That's what Todd from the Project Farm YouTube channel set out to determine. I said, this guy's ridiculously thorough tester, and for good reason. People who rely on their machinery need their rigs to run right, even in the coldest temperatures. That's why he goes through the trouble of putting these additives through different trials related to anti-gel capabilities, lubricity, oxidation prevention, and cetane properties. He collected bottles of additives from the major players: Hot Shot Secret, Peak, Power Service Diesel, Amsoil, Arc Oil, Stabil, Optilube, Howells, Ford and Lucas. Every diesel truck owner has their preferred brand, it seems. Now, these experiments kind of buck the anecdotal evidence in favor of real results. And while some tests are a bit more subjective than others, he said, I respect Todd's methodology big time. First up was the lubricity test, where he breaks out a stinking energy use meter to determine how hard the test rig has to work to turn a wheel while immersed in the fuel. There's also a pin mounted atop the test rig that the wheel makes contact with. So in addition to measuring the energy required to keep the wheel spinning, he also measures the wear on the pin with a micrometer. The Arc Oil was the best performer with this test with a small 5.17 millimeter wear scar on the test pin, with Hot Shot Secret right behind at 5.2 millimeters. And while the Lucas Anti-Gel at 9.21 and the Stanadine at 9.07 additives weren't much better than untreated diesel at 9.34 millimeters, neither of them actually claimed to improve lubricity. Howell's does, but it failed poorly with an 8.8 millimeter scar. Then it's time to test the abilities to stave off gelling. Normal ultra-low sulfur diesel has a gel point of around 10-15 degrees Fahrenheit, and Todd really tests these products by adding the recommended amount to jars of diesel and placing them in a freezer set at 38 degrees. It's harder to measure the results of this trial quantitatively, but visual observations of fuel clouding and viscosity put the Peak and Hot Shot Secret additives at the top of the list. Sta-Bil, Amsoil, and Arc Oil were close behind, but the Lucas and Stanadine additives could not keep the diesel from freezing into a solid brick. This test not going well for them. Todd then doubles the recommended dosage of each additive to see how well it performs in the same sub-zero conditions. Howell's, Power Service, Peak, Ford, Amsoil, Hot Shot all did their job, but each test jar is still pretty cloudy. The Stanadine and Lucas jars are no longer frozen, although there is still drastic gelling at the bottom of the container. Next, Todd treats pieces of bare steel with each additive and sprays them with a mixture of hydrogen peroxide, vinegar, and salt. That is his special concoction to form a very aggressive rusting agent. And boy, does it work. Hot Shot Secret again comes out on top with a large section of the steel showing no signs of corrosion after 24 hours. The Lucas treated metal is covered in rusty spots that look more intense than the rest. To test the product's flammability, Todd pours a small amount on top of a metal cup and holds a lighter to observe how long it holds a flame. Now, this is another subjective test, although still I think you can see why it's useful. Not every additive claims to boost cetane levels. Only Hot Shot Secret, Power Service Diesel, Amsoil, Peak, and Optilube seemed to make a difference in fuel burn. Finally, it may be the most interesting from a visual perspective, he brings out a new lineup of gelled diesel rescue products to test frozen and previously untreated fuel. None of the additives did much with the recommended dosage. That's no surprise to anyone who's tried following directions on those products in a last-ditch effort. He then topped off each jar with the respective fuel rescue product and kept them at an ambient temperature of 70 degrees for an hour. Nearly every jar cleared up completely except for the Howell's, which was pretty cloudy in comparison to the rest. All right, he said, altogether, I'm willing to bet this test is more thorough than anything you or I have ever done regarding diesel additives. And while I've done what I can to consolidate the results in this blog, you really ought to watch the Project Farm video to get the full picture. It's 20 minutes long, and amazingly, that's somehow a perfectly enjoyable amount of time to watch someone talk about anti-gel products. The guy does have some charisma, and he's kind of infectious. So, yeah, the video, Knucklebuster shared the link to the video as well. I think I might just post that on my Steve Summers Facebook page. You might be interested in tuning in. Hot Shot Secret doing well in all categories. So pretty much the winner hands down. Speaking of freezing temperatures, outside of Washington's National Cathedral, it was freezing. But those outside freezing temperatures were nothing compared to the glacial climate inside as the president and vice president crossed paths this past day. It happened as President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and her husband Doug came together in D.C. to pay their respects to the late former President Jimmy Carter. Joining the nation's most noteworthy dignitaries, most of whom were cordial to one another, including President-elect Donald Trump and former President Barack Obama, who were surprisingly chummy, they say. But the same could not be said for America's resigning first and second couple. The New York Post noted the tension between them was so blatant that even CNN's Jake Tapper couldn't help but point it out during the network's live stream. Stating, there's President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, and I think he has 11 days left as President of the United States. Over the feed that showed Joe and Jill coming to take their seats next to Kamala and Emhoff. Yeah, obviously an eventful year, one that he did not plan for, Tapper goes on to say. Started the year as a would-be Democrat presidential nominee. We all know what happened after that, alluding to Biden's decision to drop out, which led to Harris and the Democrats' spectacular implosion and defeat in November. Again, you didn't see a particularly warm greeting between the first couple and the second couple. Now, Tapper is saying this on CNN. But he says, but again, we're at a funeral, so no one has to take that into account when trying to read the body language, obviously trying to temper his astute observation, but the video does not lie. The First Lady took her seat next to Harris without even acknowledging her presence, and Joe Biden did not make any effort to greet her. Now, if this were the first of such interactions, the context of the event could explain away the frostiness, but it is not. This has been the status quo since Harris' White House dreams were crushed by the reality that she was even more unpopular than the president the Democrats threw overboard. Jill Biden, who had a front row seat for it all, seemed to have that in mind when she gave Harris the cold shoulder when the two met at the 47th Annual Kennedy Center Honors last month. Social media commentator Mike Singleton shared a video to social media on X of the icy exchange during Joe Biden's final acceptance at the event as president. Anyway, if there's one positive that comes of all the vicious backbiting and public snubbing, is that it forever puts to bed the lie that the Democrat Party is unified and strong. Now that the gloves are off between the two highest-ranking couples in America, it's clear they were never the adults in charge anyway. You know, the rumor, of course, was Joe forced out by Obama and Nancy Pelosi, the true power brokers in the party. Harris was shoehorned in at the last-ditch effort to save the race. She failed. And now Harris and the Bidens are making a spectacle of their animosity. Okay. Meanwhile, Obama now kind of yucking it up with the so-called literal Hitler. because Trump knows who's really been in charge, while even a hip replacement can't stop Pelosi from rattling cages. Sadly, Harris and the Bidens were too busy fighting amongst themselves to notice they've been used up and cast aside by the Democrat Party machine.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
That sounds like all the folks in the Princess's family, their neck of the woods down in northwest Georgia. People going bat crap crazy because they got snow and ice in the forecast. You talk about a run on the grocery store shelves. You can't find a loaf of bread for love or money. Yeah, looking at the numbers here, this is like for all of northern Georgia. Got winter storm warnings now in effect, starting at 5 a.m. this morning till 7 a.m. Saturday. The multiple precipitation types, total snow and sleet, up to 3 inches. That'll shut things down there big time. Then there's concern about the freezing rain, ice accumulations up to maybe 1/3 of an inch. Now that's getting the zone where you could undoubtedly see tree damage, power lines coming down, roads, especially bridges and overpasses, will become slick and hazardous. Significant ice accumulation, power lines may cause widespread, long-lasting power outages. Yeah, power outages and tree damage are likely due to the ice. Travel could be nearly impossible. And these hazardous conditions may actually impact the Friday morning and evening commutes. Now, they add some additional details. It says ice accumulations have increased across portions of the I-20 and I-85 corridors. Additional changes to ice and snow amounts are possible with some of our future updates there. So I think they've actually been kind of ramping up a bit some of the ice accumulations. And on up north of the border there into southern Tennessee, from Chattanooga to Mont Eagle to Cleveland, Tennessee. Yeah, all that region. They're talking snow beginning this morning, moderate to heavy at times. Then it'll mix in with sleet and maybe freezing rain in the afternoon. Total snow accumulation, snow and ice, snow and sleet, 2 to 4 inches. Ice accumulations about 1/10 of an inch there. 1/10 of an inch really doesn't cause a whole lot of problems with the trees and the power lines. But yes, indeed, panic. I mean, of course, when you talk about driving abilities, they don't have much experience driving in wintry weather. For the 5 years that I did reside there, and on those occasions when we would have a bit of snow, 2 inches would really paralyze things. But then you think of the people that live on, the mountainsides. You can't get up or down. Yeah, folks that live like on Lookout Mountain, Signal Mountain, all those higher. They got to stock up on what they need, get back up the mountain, then park it for a day or two. School buses won't be running. They'll be obviously out today. Then they'll have Saturday and Sunday to work on cleaning things up. They may still be out Monday into Tuesday of next week. They don't have the resources, really, to clean things up. And that's a broad area of the southern USA here as we roll into a Friday. All right, we're going to get, it looks like Eagles back on board. Uber Red checks in on a Friday, so hang in there. We'll get to you right after the news break, which is just a matter of moments away. Last evening, we talked about a lawsuit filed by a couple of truck drivers in the state of Minnesota about their inability to carry their weapons, infringing on their Second Amendment rights. Believe it or not, this past day, a bill was introduced, a national reciprocity bill. I had even alluded to that last evening. All the details coming up in our next hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. He added that Russia turning to North Korea shows the weakness of President Vladimir Putin. Rebecca Bundan reports.
Zelensky made the comments while addressing an international conference at a US base in Western Germany, which brought together delegates from Europe and the US. He was referring to North Korean soldiers fighting in the western Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine's military has been launching a cross-border incursion, saying that thousands of North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured so far. This comes as there are growing concerns among Western countries about Russia's strengthening relationship with North Korea, and after North Korea earlier this week launched a missile test which it said was a new hypersonic intermediate-range missile designed to strike remote targets in the Pacific. Rebecca Bunds in Tokyo.
Chinese President Xi Jinping will send a high-level envoy in his place to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, according to the Financial Times newspaper. Trump had extended the invitation to Xi, but experts said it would have been unprecedented for a leader of China to attend a U.S. presidential inauguration and called it political theater. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, Beijing said the high-level official would attend the inauguration on January 20th instead of President Xi Jinping and would hold talks with China's team. The official could be Hung Jung, a vice president who sometimes stands in for Xi in ceremonial roles, while another option was Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The report said some Trump advisers wanted Tsai Chi, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee seen as wielding much more power than Hung and Wang in his capacity as Xi's right-hand man. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The United Nations is warning more than 125,000 Syrian refugees are facing desperate conditions as they return to their home country. The UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, says many people have arrived back in Syria following last month's fall of the Assad regime, but families find themselves with little shelter and few economic prospects. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
More than 1 million refugees have flowed back into the country. But what they face there is hardly a dream come true. Syria's brutal war has led to a devastating humanitarian crisis. UN figures show nearly 15 million Syrians require health services, 13 million face acute food insecurity, and many have no shelter while battling winter conditions. United Nations officials say they need $73.2 million over the next 6 months to support displaced people. Officials are calling on the international community to act, warning it's time now to turn words into actions.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, will the devastating wildfires in California have an impact on the debate over climate change in the United States? No president has prioritised the battle against global warming like Joe Biden, and equally few political leaders have been as dismissive of the threat it presents like Donald Trump.
If you ask the American public, an overwhelming majority believe that climate change is happening.
Former Obama administration official Nat Kehoe heads the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, which promotes a more rapid move to net zero.
Climate is polarized, just like almost everything is right now in American politics. On the Democratic side, you have overwhelming majorities of Democratic voters who say this is a top priority. In 2020, Joe Biden was elected in part on the strength of his commitments on climate change. So you have a Democratic Party that sees this, where the voters see this as a priority. I think many of the voters on the Republican side also understand the importance of climate change. It's the leadership. It's not everybody in the Republican Party. We're an organization that looks to work with folks in both parties. There are Republican members of Congress who understand the importance of climate. But the leadership, and certainly Donald Trump, is not among them.
The president-elect has so far blamed Governor Gavin Newsom of California, a Democrat, for the crisis, and has shown no indication of embracing the view that global warming has played a role. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio, and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, for the terrestrial affiliates, it obviously means nothing to them because they all carry their own news at the top and bottom of the hour. For those who listen via the app or the Facebook, I know many have been asking for weeks and weeks, when are we going to get our USA news back? We have an 8:30 a.m. Josh was actually linked into my system this past morning, and again, trying. He could get it to work on his computer, couldn't get it to work on mine. So we've got an 8:30 a.m. gathering of the minds. Josh, Ryan, myself, and I believe maybe a tech from USA Radio News to see what the hell we can't figure out. Keep your fingers crossed. Come our Monday morning program, that shall be back up and running. Finally. All right? I know it's been driving a lot of folks nuts for months and months and months. What do I care about what's going on in New Delhi or Mumbai? I get it. And I'm with you. All right, promise we get back to Eagle if he's still on board this morning. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, I want to talk about one of my favorite subjects to talk about over the years with you. And unfortunately, I got to do this again. Unfortunately, I got to talk about this again. And that's looters. That's looters. It seems like every time something bad goes down, Steve, I can go down the list of the things we don't talked about over the years, going all the way back to Mike Brown and what happened in the St. Louis, then with the Walter Scott, and then with the guy that got killed up in Minnesota, and all the looting and burning and all the stuff that took place with people who figure that they can take advantage of the situation. So now we got another situation out in California where fires are being started. And by the way, Steve, I'm not going to go into detail, but I've seen some videos, and some of these fires that have been started might want to take a real close look at the individuals that are starting these fires. You might be surprised at what you find out. I'll let the listeners figure it out for themselves, but they might be surprised when they find out who's actually starting these fires. But anyway, it's getting back to that looter, Steve. I understand that the state of California, or whether it's Newsom or whoever it is, has issued a curfew from 6 o'clock p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning due to what Pappy had said when he called in. He says he has a daughter that stays in the California, LA area. Okay, you got looters out there, people that are going to these homes that have been burned down and hoping they can find some valuable items. I'm pretty sure there's safes, and it might be fireproof. There might be some safes still sitting there with no telling how much money and jewelry on the inside of them from these multi-million-dollar celebrities and superstars, or whatever you want to call them, in Hollywood. Okay, so you got people coming from some of the worst areas of LA, going out to the hills, mountains, trying to take things that don't belong to them. Okay, so I'm gonna go all the way back to Mike Brown again, Steve, and what some of those Asian stores posted on their front door. And this is the slogan that they should use in LA. If you loot, we shoot, my man. So if you decide to come to my home and take something that don't belong to you, I'm gonna do whatever I got to protect my property. Simple as that. Because see, Steve, I got a real big problem with people that steal and take things that don't belong to them. These people work for things their whole life, and you don't have the right to go in and take the opportunity to take. These people already done lost everything they own, and you got the nerve to go in and take whatever else they got left. So the only thing to do with an individual like that is to handle it, whatever you got to do, take care of the situation. It shouldn't even got to that to begin with, Steve, with Gavin Newsom. And then this Bass woman, she just came back from vacation as her city burns down to the ground. And then naturally she ain't going to have no answer because she is the reason why the city is burning down to the ground. You know, the reporters are asking her a question about what she did and what she didn't do to L.A. before the fire started, and she just standing there with her mouth wide open. She can't say nothing. And you know why she can't say nothing? Because she knows that she's the reason why this whole thing is going down. And she should, if she had any pride in herself, she would go ahead and resign in disgrace. Her and Gavin Newsom go ahead and resign and get the hell out of California and do everybody a favor and let some real people take over the operation and get this thing back under control, because things are out of control right now in L.A., Steve. It is really sad what's going on. It is really unnecessary. So I'm gonna go back to what I said one more time about looters, and I don't care who gets offended by what I say. If you loot, we shoot. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Well, speaking of looters, I had pulled up, let me pull up the email here, the very latest. This was from Newsweek this past day. Both Eagle and Pappy mentioned that in some cases going into areas where the homes have burned, in many of these instances, it's going into neighborhoods that have been placed under mandatory evacuation. Yeah, knowing, the likelihood is nobody's home, and they're going into these homes to loot before they burn, potentially. I think that's the wider issue. Now, the report says some Southern California residents are refusing to leave their homes amid the wildfires due to the looting. The wildfires causing widespread devastation, 10,000 structures now destroyed. 2 new fires erupted in the Hollywood Hills and Studio City. That was like Thursday night. You got the Kenneth fire now as well. KCAL reported on Wednesday that multiple residents told reporters they were worried about evacuating their homes due to the flames, but also due to looters reported to be taking items from the affluent neighborhoods. Reporting from damage from the Eaton fire, reporter Haley Winslow said it was turned into the wild, wild west. It is complete insanity on all corners. Police are doing the best they can. They are seeing looters walking down the street with large TVs, just taking advantage of what little this town may have left. Our cameras saw 3 men on scooters immediately turn around when they saw police. Local resident Allison Agston told KTLA, "We just started seeing all these cars pull up, doors open, groups of men running up our street, going up to the doors of these houses." To date, at least 20, now this was, I guess, as of Thursday, 20 have been arrested. 20 individuals chose to go into areas and deprive these people who have been through so much, and didn't offer a whole lot more details about the arrests. But Los Angeles County supervisor told reporters Thursday looting during this emergency is unacceptable. I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. District Attorney of L.A., Nathan Hochman, said in a video message to Luter posted to X, quote, "Let me make this quite clear what's going to happen. The DA's office, working with law enforcement, is going to arrest you. They're going to prosecute you, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. That is a promise," he says. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass stayed silent Thursday when questioned by a Sky News reporter about her initial absence as the fires raged. Of course, she was in Ghana when the flames started Tuesday. On Wednesday, during a press conference, she took the fastest route back, she said, to California with the help of a military plane. Let's see what other people are saying. Patrick Schwarzenegger, the actor, in response to the warning from the district attorney, good, looters that are taking advantage of this heartbreaking situation should get the full penalty. Disgusting. KCAL reporter Madison Keevy on seeing looters near Hollywood Boulevard, stating there's someone detained in the back of the car, caught in the act of looting some of the homes up this curve here. And one local resident, Allison Agston, tells KTLA, my next-door neighbor said there's like 100 people that came up on scooters and were trying to get into all the houses on this particular street. Yep, the bad guys, well, that's why they're called bad guys. They don't care. They don't care if people live or die, if their homes burn. They're just 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Yeah, I had seen some of the various jurisdictions that have been impacted by back-to-back, several rounds of winter storms. Areas saying our salt pile is getting rather low. A lot of folks ordering hundreds of tons of additional salt because we got a lot of winter yet to come. Now, Larry sent me the update. A 623-foot cargo ship, the Alchemy Verity, got stuck in the Delaware River near Philadelphia Wednesday night, sailing under the Bahamas flag, running aground. About 6:30 p.m., about a mile north of the Benjamin Franklin Bridge, hauling 45,000 tons of salt. Now, they said no reports of pollution at this time. A team from the Coast Guard sector, Delaware Bay, and vessel representatives working on a plan to refloat the ship. But as of Thursday afternoon, the ship remained grounded. It's outside the main shipping channel, with its listed status as not under command. 2 tugboats and a 29-foot Coast Guard response boat have been deployed to assist. The Coast Guard has set up a safety zone between the Benjamin Franklin Bridge and the Tioga Marine Terminal. Vessels in the area have to contact the Coast Guard Command Center an hour before transiting there. The Algamy Verity, owned by Algamy Central Corporation, operated by CSL, was en route to Bucks County's Fairless Hills Port when it ran aground near Penn Treaty Park in the Fishtown neighborhood. Investigation is ongoing. But yeah, your salt delivery may be a little bit delayed, maybe. Depends on how long it takes to get that thing floated again. Uber Ed, hey there, happy Friday.
No, it's Red.
Oh, it's Red. Well, how the heck you been? Happy New Year, Red.
Yeah, Happy New Year. How about you? How you been since your procedure?
All is going well. Feeling fine?
Good. I wonder, we have a home up in the mountains of north central Pennsylvania. We were up there all summer and fall. We come back after hunting season, but I wanted to call in a lot of different times. You couldn't take that cholesterol medicine. And there's a thing with V8 and cider vinegar. It's supposed to lower your cholesterol. It worked for my mother-in-law.
Really? V8 and
you
cider.
You ever drink V8?
I'm not a big I ain't a big fan of Mater juice. So you're talking what, like the apple cider vinegar with the mother thing? Is that the one?
With the just a teaspoon of the cider vinegar.
Gotcha.
In a cup of V8. Yeah, that's supposed to work to lower cholesterol.
Yeah, my wife tried.
Anyhow, a lot of people have that problem.
My wife had tried taking some of that apple cider vinegar. She couldn't get it down. I mean, you try to mix it with a little bit of orange juice. I mean, that stuff is foul.
Well, just take it like a half a teaspoon even.
Yeah.
But it seems to work rather than being on those drugs. Those drugs there's all kind of studies that they can lead to early dementia.
Yeah.
Because you need cholesterol for your brain function, your neurotransmitters or whatever.
Absolutely.
And they're linking it to early dementia. So, hey, those L.A. fires, did anybody notice? Seems like all the trees are intact. Everything's in ashes, but the trees are there with leaves on them. How could that be?
I hadn't really noticed, to be honest. Is that what you're seeing? Interesting.
Yeah, in all the pictures, yeah.
Huh.
So that just seems strange. And they're not real tall trees either. They're, shorter trees.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, one other thing, since I haven't called in for a long time, you mentioned about Josh Malloy being on Yellowstone.
Yeah, they used
somebody mentioned.
They used that song, 1,000 Miles, at the opening of episode number 3. It was just the song. The song was used on, right out of the box when they were introduced, getting the show started. So, I thought that was pretty cool.
Okay. Heck yeah. They had a couple scenes, where they had bands on stage and that, and I wondered if it was one of those bands, but you said they used that song.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we watched it, all the time. I don't even remember saying that. And one other thing, where's Scarecrow been?
He had a pretty nasty motorcycle incident here back several months ago, back in the fall. And he, not sure, still waiting to see if he's going to be able to get back out on the road. And he's not sure if he will or not. He said, I never planned on being forced into early retirement, but...
Yeah. I wondered, I knew his wife was sick, and I wondered, I haven't heard him, and it was like clockwork, hearing him every night, every morning. Yeah. Okay, well, I just wanted to check in, and glad everybody's doing okay, and thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, as always, for listening, being a part of the program. You have a great one. Happy New Year, by the way.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Steve. Okay, it's real happy since Trump won.
There you go.
Yeah.
11 days, or are we down to what? We're down to 10 days. Because it is the 10th day of January. January 20 of 2025, 10 days away. All right, so looks like we got clear lines for the first time here this Friday morning. 844-844-3388. See, depends on which weather outlet you go to. National Weather Service says one thing. The Indiana Weather Network says another. I mean, Indiana Weather Network is showing they're expecting like 3 to 6 inches across southern Indiana. Up toward Indianapolis, where they got hammered with the storm earlier this week. They're in like the 2 to 4, from right about, from, say, Terre Haute to Richmond, which is one end of the state to the other. Areas northward, they're in the 2 to 4, then down to 2 to 3, and northernmost Indiana, maybe 1 to 3, 2 to 3. But 3 to 6 will definitely slow you down. They're in southern portions of the state. Now, I see varying forecast here for our area as well. Some say 1 to 3, some say 2 to 4, some say 3 to 5. I guess we will find out. Mad Weather had us in a 2 to 5 zone. Meanwhile, let me see. Don't have time to get through the full story, but we will get started as we were talking reciprocity, the ability for truck drivers to use their Second Amendment rights. A North Carolina representative introducing a bill that would provide nationwide reciprocity for concealed carry license holders and for residents of constitutional carry states. This is H.R. 38. The Constitutional Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, introduced by Representative Richard Hudson on January the 9th. Hudson said H.R. 38 would allow people with state-issued concealed carry licenses or permits to carry or conceal a handgun in any other state. The bill also allows residents of constitutional carry states to carry in other states. Our Second Amendment right does not disappear when we cross an invisible state line, he says, which, that is true. And that's part of the lawsuit that was filed in Minnesota. Hold on for more details on that coming up here.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. He added that Russia turning to North Korea shows the weakness of President Vladimir Putin. Rebecca Bundan reports.
Zelensky made the comments while addressing an international conference at a US base in Western Germany, which brought together delegates from Europe and the US. He was referring to North Korean soldiers fighting in the western Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine's military has been launching a cross-border incursion, saying that thousands of North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured so far. This comes as there are growing concerns among Western countries about Russia's strengthening relationship with North Korea, and after North Korea earlier this week launched a missile test which it said was a new hypersonic intermediate-range missile designed to strike remote targets in the Pacific. Rebecca Bund in Tokyo.
Chinese President Xi Jinping will send a high-level envoy in his place to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, according to the Financial Times newspaper. Trump had extended the invitation to Xi, but experts said it would have been unprecedented for a leader of China to attend a U.S. presidential inauguration and called it political theater. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, Beijing said the high-level official would attend the inauguration on January 20th instead of President Xi Jinping and would hold talks with China's team. The official could be Heng Jung, a vice president who sometimes stands in for Xi in ceremonial roles, while another option was Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The report said some Trump advisers wanted Tsai Chi, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee seen as wielding much more power than Heng and Wang in his capacity as Xi's right-hand man. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The United Nations is warning more than 125,000 Syrian refugees are facing desperate conditions as they return to their home country. The UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, says many people have arrived back in Syria following last month's fall of the Assad regime, but families find themselves with little shelter and few economic prospects. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
More than 1 million refugees have flowed back into the country, but what they face there is hardly a dream come true. Syria's brutal war has led to a devastating humanitarian crisis. UN figures show nearly 15 million Syrians require health services, 13 million face acute food insecurity, and many have no shelter while battling winter conditions. United Nations officials say they need $73.2 million over the next 6 months to support displaced people. Officials are calling on the international community to act.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, good morning to Brother Rambler. He's not on the phone, but he did send me an email, and if she said Yellowstone, maybe I wasn't paying attention. Right? Red said, if she did say Yellowstone, it was Landman. Yeah, Red, the third episode of Landman. That's the newer series. I guess they're, 5-6 episodes in now? I think 6. I think this weekend will be 7. I've kind of lost track. I haven't seen the latest edition of this last weekend's episode yet. So I have to play catch-up this weekend. But yeah, Josh Malloy, 1,000 Miles was used on the third episode of Landman. Thank you, Brother Rambler. I anticipate hearing from you here on a Friday morning. Let us know what's going on with Determined Ministries Church this weekend. Back to the reciprocity legislation, H.R. 38, just introduced here on January the 9th. Our Second Amendment right does not disappear when we cross invisible state lines. This common sense legislation guarantees that, according to Representative Hudson. The Constitutional Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act will protect law-abiding citizens' rights to conceal carry and travel freely between states without worrying about conflicting state codes or onerous civil suits. Now, I'm proud to see such strong, widespread support. I will not stop fighting to get this legislation signed into law. H.R. 38 is endorsed by the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, Gun Owners of America, the U.S. Concealed Carry Association, and the National Shooting Sports Foundation. It's not the first time they've tried this, right? Similar legislation has been introduced several times in past years, but they've never made it past the legislative hurdles. Now, if Donald Trump were to have this before him, I can all but guarantee he'd sign that. He would sign the bill if it were to be approved by Congress. For the trucking community, though, specifically, H.R. 38 would make it easier for drivers to conceal carry a firearm across state lines for personal protection while operating on the road. There is no law that prohibits truck drivers from carrying guns. Now, obviously, many carriers do not allow it, and most U.S. military bases prohibit it. But the current complicated network of state concealed carry reciprocity laws can make it tough for truckers who operate interstate to legally carry a weapon for self-defense. That's earlier this month. I shared this last evening. A lawsuit was indeed filed on behalf of a pair of truckers against Minnesota state officials. Their suit argues the state is impeding on the Second Amendment right of the truckers by refusing to honor other states' lawfully issued firearm permits. I'm trying to recall, one of those drivers actually had I believe it was a Florida and a Georgia concealed carry permit. I can't remember what the second driver had a concealed carry permit for. But in other industry headlines from CDL Life this past day, of course, the Santa Ana wind events wreaking havoc with the wildfires, also wreaking havoc on some high-profile vehicles. One truck driver actually lost his life after his vehicle was blown over in San Bernardino County on Wednesday. About 9:30 Wednesday morning at the westbound 210 transition to southbound I-15 in Fontana, California. Fire responded to the scene, found the semi-truck had been blown over onto a guardrail, trapping the driver inside the cab. Crews performed an extraction. The driver was transported in grave condition. Ultimately did not survive, according to reports. Of course, the Santa Ana winds blew over at least a dozen semi-trucks in the inland area Tuesday and Wednesday. According to the local outlet, Pain in the Pass, with a P, Pain in the Pass. Many of those blowovers occurred on the I-15 freeway corridor. Of course, dealing with the crosswinds. Meanwhile, Texas Department of Public Safety, the West Texas region, releasing results from their 2024 commercial vehicle enforcement efforts in the Permian Basin. This past day, they shared results from commercial vehicle enforcement operations conducted by the commercial vehicle enforcement troopers throughout last year in the Midland District, which includes Andrews, Borden, Crane, Dawson, a handful of counties. Highlights show 8,329 commercial vehicle inspections. Total number of vehicles placed out of service, 4,000. You say, that's close to half of all the trucks. Yes, that is a 48% out of service rate. Total number of drivers placed out of service, 1,419. That's a 17% rate. Total number of all violations issued, 50,931. Total number of equipment violations were 38,567. On a daily basis, CVE troopers seek to remove unsafe drivers and commercial motor vehicles from our roadways before they're involved in a crash, as well as holding the key responsibility in enforcing the state's weight limitations. Besides taking enforcement action on the side of the road, these specially trained troopers spent countless hours throughout the year in educating drivers, mechanics, motor carrier representatives on the best safety practices to assist them in achieving regulatory compliance. Whether it's answering questions, providing training, conducting interactive safety meetings, but that 48% out of service rate for the vehicles, what's the deal? Is there a bunch of ragtag, rattle-trap equipment working out there? Permian Basin, I'm guessing a lot of this is out there in the oil fields? Well, it's 844-844-3388. A couple of other quickly in regards to the wildfires in California, as Eagle and several others mentioned, the water issues. How much of this has to do with just the fact that, as Horse Feathers mentioned, so many fire trucks, opening up, draining the lines. There's a lot of water flowing. I mean, with hundreds of fire vehicles out there, who knows how many are trying to pump water at the same time. There's only so much capacity, right? Meanwhile, President-elect Trump, again this past day, assailing Governor Newsom and the water management policies in California, saying the Democrats should immediately release water from Northern California to aid his dry, burning state. Again, via Truth Social this past afternoon, the latest in a string criticizing Newsom over the policies, which the governor has said has nothing to do with the water scarcity in battling the wildfires in L.A. Trump actually called for Newsom to resign yesterday. Governor Gavin Newsom, he calls him Newscum, Newscum, scummy, should immediately go to Northern California, open up the water main, and let the water flow into his dry, starving, burning state instead of having to go out into the Pacific Ocean. It ought to be done right now. No more excuses from this incompetent governor. It's already far too late. An issue is that it was the year 2020. Newsom filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration over the then president's plan to deliver more water from Northern California to Central Valley farmers, saying Trump was failing to protect the endangered smelt, the little fish. So again, Uber Edge chimed in last evening trying to say that no, that Gavin Newsom did not shut down the water from Northern California, that it's been shut down for nearly 20 years. So, and I mentioned, if that may very well be the case, but Newsom had the opportunity 5 years ago in 2020 to change that. Trump tried to force him to change it, which ultimately, I guess, Newsom survived in the courts because they never opened up the waterway. He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. By giving it less water, it didn't work. Obviously, he didn't care about the people of California. That was pretty much what Trump said on Wednesday and again Thursday. The destruction is expected to range in the tens of billions of dollars, could make this one of the costliest national disasters in U.S. history. An analyst for J.P. Morgan estimated total economic losses from the fires at close to $50 billion, which is double the number from just the previous day. The Wall Street Journal reporting this past day. That includes insured losses, which he estimated at more than $20 billion. And even more, obviously, because the fires are not being controlled. The 2018 Camp Fire in Northern California's Butte County, it was the nation's most destructive wildfire, inflicting insured losses of $12.5 billion, adjusted for inflation. The Los Angeles Times reporting yesterday that the Camp Fire resulted in a total of $30 billion in losses. Now, 5 fires thus far have scorched thousands of acres. The numbers continue to grow, now going from 2,000 structures on Wednesday to more than 10,000 was the word yesterday. The costliest natural disaster in history at this point was Hurricane Katrina in 2005, $102 billion in insured losses adjusted for inflation. Citing data provided to the Insurance Information Institute, Hurricane Ian in 22 was second with $56 billion. Experts at the ratings firm Moody's Ratings said they expected the insured losses stemming from these Los Angeles fires to run in the billions of dollars, giving obviously the high value of properties in the coastal Pacific Palisades. When you're talking median price $2 million, many of these homes, individually, one home, maybe $4-6 million. It's going to be big numbers. Now, 8 of the 10 costliest U.S. wildfires through the last year occurred in the state of California. Leading insurers, including State Farm and Allstate, reportedly have stopped selling new home insurance policies. They say rate increases that are approved by the state regulators not enough to cover their losses, including the devastating wildfires of 2017 and 18. The fires will have widespread negative impacts on the state's broader insurance market, according to Moody's. The cost will likely drive up premiums and may reduce property insurance availability overall. High losses could lead to insurers and their policyholders being forced to bail out the state's FAIR Plan, the insurer of last resort. That's the plan that provides coverage for homeowners shunned by the private insurers. Can require the private insurers to pay for claims that they cannot meet. I don't know how that works. A spokeswoman for the FAIR Plan told the Journal on Wednesday they have payment mechanisms in place, including reinsurance, to ensure all the covered claims are ultimately paid. But all right, good morning to Brother Ambler. There he is.
Hey, praise God.
Happy Friday.
Hallelujah. Glad to be on the air. Happy Friday, sir. Glad to be on the air with you. Hello to all of our listeners listening to us on terrestrial radio and also on Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, and, of course, the all-important Steve Summers Overnight Drive Hot Shot Secret app that you can go and download if you go to your iOS or your Google Play Store. Just tap on it. It's absolutely free. If you don't have a unlimited data plan, may raise your phone bill a little bit, but that's all right, too. Steve, glad to be on the air with you, my man. It's a happy Friday, and we're looking forward to having a great service over at Determined Ministries Church this Sunday. Steve, God's just doing great things with us. And we're going to be having our annual meeting January the 19th. After service, we got old Baldwin County Wild Man. He's bringing some chili, and my mother's making some jalapeno cornbread, and there's going to be a couple more things. We're going to start planning our Easter service because, man, I tell you what, it'll be here before you know it, April 20th. Easter Resurrection Sunday. We're looking forward to having a great service. And like I said last time I called in, we're going to have us a good old-fashioned, old-school dinner on the ground. So we're looking forward to that, you know. Steve, I said it once, I said it before. The Bible says in the book of Galatians that God shall not be mocked. What a man sows, he shall also reap. Now, you think about what's going on out there in California, and yes, we need to pray for the people. The Bible says in the book of Romans that vengeance is mine, I shall repay, thus saith the Lord. And people want to say, yeah, all right, go God. But God also says that while God's dishing out his punishment, we're supposed to pray for your enemy. Feed them while they're hungry. Give them something to drink while they're thirsty. Help take care of them also. We got to have compassion, God's children. We can't be sitting there on the couch laughing and mocking and say, well, I told you, all these gay pride parades and all this other drag queen stuff and all this other different things is going on. This state's getting what it deserves. There is also a lot of innocent people. And if you look at the election map, Steve, if you look at the state of California, you see that most of the people that voted Democrat was all along the West Coast, all along the coastline. Most of that state is red. Now, I don't mean that every Republican's a Christian, but there's a lot of good people that are suffering right now. I saw the TikTok videos and stuff like that, the people leading their horses down whatever road they're leading them down in a fiery inferno, just all around them. So we don't need to be sitting there just being a cheerleader saying, ha, 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 they get what they deserve. Some of them, they probably do. But it's not for us to sit there and judge and point the finger and laugh. Yeah, vengeance is mine, I will repay, thus saith the Lord. But look at the next verse. There's people that are hungry. There's people that are thirsty. There's people that have lost everything. And we need to have compassion, and we need to pray for them. And if you could find a legitimate site, and there's going to be a lot of scammers out there, God's children, if you feel like God's moving on your heart to donate money or donate your time or whatever, obey God. Just all I ask you to do is obey God. Other than that, Steve, everything's going great on my end. I'm looking forward to the weekend. And then next week I got a birthday coming up. Be my last year in my 40s.
Oh boy.
Lord. Steve, look, I'm being honest. I was talking to a lady yesterday that was in her 60s. I was getting gas, and I'm a very extroverted person. I'm not an introvert. I talk to anybody. I love all of God's children. And I was talking to her because she has a birthday January the 12th. I said, well, mine's just a few days away on the 17th. I said, sweetheart, I never saw myself living to be 40 years old. She said, me either. I thought I would never live to see 40. I said, I know, and here I am knocking on 50's door. little tribute to Bob Dylan there and Guns N' Roses.
Right.
All the people my age, So I was like, I'm just blessed to still be here, because I could have sat there and got killed many a times. I've had my life flash before my eyes going down the road, driving one of these old trucks. Or other things have happened. So praise God that I'm going to be here. At least if I make it to the 17th, I'll still be here. If I don't, then hey, y'all don't cry for me. Old brother Rambler's made his decision. I choose Jesus. He's number one in my life. And if God was to close the door on me in this world, I'll be standing before him in the next world. And all I will ask is pass the gospel on. Tell someone else about Jesus, because that's what it's about. Trying to get folks to get saved and about Jesus. Praise God for that. Other than that, Steve, I want to encourage people to go to your website, overnightdriveradio.com. That's where you can find all your Steve Summers swag. And please, 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 if you buy a tumbler, one of the travel mugs, take a picture of it. Put your favorite drink in there. Show yourself drinking it. If you buy a T-shirt, I'll let Knucklebuster. Well, no, he's at home. Is he at home? Is he in Olive Branch?
Yeah, he's
I know
home
last time he
this
called
morning.
in. Okay, so he did make it home. Last time I heard from him, of course, was on the show. He was in Texas, so I guess he made it back home to Olive Branch. Well, good deal for him, and hope he snuggled up next to Tennessee. But I'll leave it up to Knucklebuster on what else you could do with the Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive shirt, so he can advertise that. But go give it a shot. If you want to spend a little bit of money and support the show, please do it. It's a good cause, and you can support the show and also help Steve Summers pay his electric bill. Other than that, God's children, we love you. And remember this, love it is not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And don't forget to come and visit us at Determined Ministries Church, 5 o'clock Central Standard Time every Sunday. We look forward to seeing you. God bless you, and we'll talk to you later. Bye, God's children.
Right. Thank you very much. There you go, Brother Rambler. Thank you for checking in here on a Friday morning. All right. Everybody, obviously, money talks, right? Can money buy you love? Everybody looking for a little love from Donald Trump. You're trying to buy some favor. You look at the number of big companies that are donating big money to the inauguration fund. Google and Microsoft becoming some of the latest big tech companies yesterday to donate to that Trump inauguration fund. CNBC reported yesterday that Alphabet Incorporated's Google donated $1 million earlier in the week to the Trump inauguration fund. Bloomberg reported Microsoft also donated the fund. Google says, we are pleased to support the 2025 inauguration with a live stream on YouTube and a direct link on your homepage. We're also donating to the inauguration committee. So Google and Microsoft, joining the likes of Meta, a.k.a. Facebook, Amazon, Apple, OpenAI. This is just some of the tech companies. Many other big companies looking to procure maybe a bit of favor from Trump. U.S. oil producer Chevron yesterday also said they will be donating to Donald Trump's inaugural fund. They didn't specify an amount, but all right, final hour coming up just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. More than 2,000 properties and buildings have been destroyed and around 180,000 people have been told to evacuate. The city's mayor says high winds and droughts have created the perfect storm. FSN's Ira Spitz is in LA and has been surveying the damage.
Well, we've gotten some new updates from officials here in Los Angeles, and the Palisades fire, which is the fire right behind me there, although it looks just like a major smoke haze right now, that has already become the most destructive wildfire in the history of Los Angeles County. There have been more than 2,000 structures destroyed, and that number is expected to perhaps rise further as officials realize the extent of the damage. Another fire burning, the Eaton Fire, appears to be the second largest wildfire in LA history.
The 5 living U.S. presidents have all attended the funeral service for former U.S. President Jimmy Carter in Washington, D.C. The country's holding a national day of mourning to remember the 39th U.S. president. As FSN's Caroline Malone reports.
Tributes flowed in for former President Jimmy Carter on Thursday at a state funeral, the highest honour for the former leader who was known as much for his one-term presidency as for his humanitarian work. Among the hundreds of mourners in the Washington National Cathedral were all 5 living current and former US leaders. President-elect Donald Trump sat next to Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, and President Joe Biden in one of his last major appearances before standing down. The former president returns to his hometown of Plains, Georgia for a final burial. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in its first few days, according to US media reports. It would target workers allegedly living in the US illegally, possibly at a workplace in the Washington, D.C. area. FSN's Kate Fisher reports from Washington.
It's been reported that the Trump transition team has asked U.S. immigration and customs enforcement officials about resources to carry out workplace raids. Such an operation typically surprises workers at a large employer, arresting those suspected to be living and working in the U.S. without authorization. Workplaces that could be under consideration include those in agriculture, construction, hospitality and healthcare. It's expected the operation would take place in the first few days of Trump's presidency, potentially even as early as Inauguration Day. Kate Fisher, Washington.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, news that scientists in the UK are developing a vaccine for bubonic plague. You might wonder why it's needed. In the 1300s, the plague is estimated to have killed half the population of Europe. Today, while it is very rare, it is fatal in 30% of cases that go untreated. Dr. Chris Smith is a consultant virologist at the University of Cambridge and hosts the Naked Scientist podcast.
This is really a symptom of the world we now find ourselves in. It's not just plague, which we're worried about, because the world we've created, regrettably, has a lot of risk factors for the emergence of new diseases. And this includes bubonic plague, but there's a whole raft of things out there which could come and get us. And so it really is a reflection on the fact that this is being considered as a serious threat. Not just plague, but all these different diseases, the emergence of new diseases. And for that reason, people are working on solutions which will work against the ones we do know, but those famous Donald Rumsfeld unknown unknowns as well. So a lot of these technologies which are being developed can be worked and reworked and work against a range of different threats. So the more things we can defend ourselves against, the more tooled up we are for whatever comes our way.
The first vaccine to treat plague will now be sent for peer review after yielding early results that produced an immune response in healthy adults. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, fire officials in Los Angeles say they still have no part of the 27,000-acre wildfires under control. The 5 living U.S. presidents have all attended the funeral service for former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, and the incoming Trump administration is considering conducting a raid of undocumented immigrants in the first few days, according to U.S. media reports. There's more from us on X at Feature Story. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Here we go, final hour. 4 a.m. Eastern Time. We got 4:06 on the west, or 1:06 on the West Coast. Hope you've had a good week. Looking toward the weekend. Of course, we discussed in hour number 1. Notre Dame will be participating in the college football championship game. Notre Dame over Penn State, 27-24 was the final. That was a close game throughout. I think it was more like 10-10 early in the third quarter. Got into the fourth quarter, 24-24. Notre Dame able to kick a 40-some-yard field goal with 12 seconds on the clock to lock it up 27-24. 7:30 Eastern tonight, we find out who will face off against Notre Dame in the championship game. Will it be the Buckeyes or Hook 'em Horns? Ohio State versus Texas. Semifinal game again tonight. Well, it's that time of year with the wintry weather, the snow, the accumulating snows, and a lot of folks that do not clean off their vehicles properly. You get the sunshine in the days thereafter, you get some temporary melting, it refreezes, and ultimately you end up with gigantic sheets of ice coming off cars and trucks out there on the highways. It can be dangerous. It can be deadly at highway speeds. And a sheriff's office in Kansas shared the truck driver's dash cam video as a reminder of the hazards of driving without clearing your vehicle of snow and ice. A vehicle was shared from the Chase County Sheriff's Office out of Cottonwood, Kansas this past day. And man, oh man, looking at the video, it's kind of graphic. You would think this could have killed the truck driver. Yeah, this big chunk of ice, truck driver, it's a 2-lane highway, and truck going one way, the car going the other. The big chunk of ice goes up into the air, flip-flops around, and literally comes right through the driver's windshield on the driver's side. Their post says, folks, we can all do a little better cleaning the snow and ice off of our vehicles. This video shows you why this is necessary. The driver of this semi did an incredible job of safely bringing the unit to a stop, although he had minor cuts from glass but refused transport to the hospital. It could have been much worse. Please take the extra time and clean off vehicles, he said. That video, boy, oh boy, you see that chunk coming at you, and it's just like you barely have time to blink your eye or close your eyes, and the aftermath, the entire, left side of the windshield totally shattered out. Meanwhile, a truck driver from Eureka, Kansas getting some love this morning, Ron Mays. He wrote a blog post that, for whatever reason, caught the attention of not only those in the trucking industry, but others as well. He recently spoke with Landline about how his now viral commentary, read by more than 150,000 and counting. When cars get around a semi, it's like they don't even know the semi is there, he said. They drive as if the truck isn't even there. Mays has been a professional driver for more than 30 years, hauling agriculture and construction freight. Drivers of four-wheel vehicles, not considering how much time it actually takes for a truck to stop, is among the major issues. You have to understand that's a lot of mass, motion, and density moving down the road. If you cut us off, we can't stop that fast. You have to be careful, especially around trucks. When a fluid-type load, everybody needs to pay attention. They're just not doing it, he wrote. Trucking is a family business for Mays, with his father and brother also being professional drivers. My dad had his own trucking business at one time. My brother Mike is still driving. I learned some from my dad, but I learned a lot from my brother, who's earned million-mile crash-free safety awards. He's a very good driver. The main thing I learned from them is when you are driving a truck, you have to do your job and the jobs of at least 50% of those passing around you. Among the critical pieces of advice Mays included in his post for drivers of four-wheelers was to avoid tailgating. Do not use a phone while driving. Stay off a truck's right side. You have to be aware not just of what's right in front of you. You need to anticipate what other drivers do before they do it if you can. It's a total concentration game, and it really wears on you, but you have to because most cars don't feel they have to. Now, he went on to say it's not only four-wheel vehicles that are to blame, even specifically detailing scenarios that he's been involved with truckers. Every day, a driver gets in his truck and has to live with the possibility he might see something, might not see something quick enough. If something were to happen, even if he's not at fault, I'm going to blame myself for the rest of my life. I'm going to think, what could I have done differently? For improving driving skills among those in four-wheelers, he proposed maybe adding some specific training to driving tests, or even maybe requiring ride-alongs in large trucks so people can just see it from our perspective. Safety on the highways, there you go. 844-844-3388. Sundance on a Friday. Good morning.
Hey, 3 days. Good morning, Steve. 3 days in a row, buddy. I love it. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate your time. Hey, do you think we're living in a simulation?
No, I don't. I've seen some of those videos and whatnot. People, trying to. I guess there's actual research where they're trying to say this is all a sim. But I don't know. What do you think?
Sometimes yes, and because it don't make a lot of sense, But I don't know. Elon Musk thinks we are.
Does he?
I'll tell you that. Yeah, he does. And it's kind of like, all right, so, Biden put out the ban on offshore oil drilling last week or whatever. And Trump said he's going to overturn that
probably
executive order.
Probably on day one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you something. See, this is where the simulation thing comes in. Trump expanded the ban of offshore oil drilling when he was president last time. On September 6th of 2020, he banned the offshore oil drilling off the east coast of Florida, and said because we have the protection in the Gulf side of Florida, he expanded it on the east side of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So does he not remember what he did, or what? I mean, I'm trying to figure. Maybe because he lives there and he didn't want that on his beach. You think? I don't know.
It could be. I mean, I don't know how close they're. I mean, if they have rigs off the shore, I mean, is it like an unsightly thing or something? Maybe he.
Well, they don't care in Louisiana.
Yeah,
in Texas, they're right there. You can see them. But Florida, oh my God, you better not look at them in Florida, the West Coast or the East Coast. But so he don't care about California, so he's gonna ban it out or overturn the ban out there.
I don't know. Biden's ban wasn't it both coasts, wasn't it? East and West?
Right, it was both coasts.
Okay.
Yeah. But okay, and getting back to the water and the smelt thing, that was you know who did, if we go back 20 years, the governor, he's the one that put in that
Schwarzenegger
for the smell.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the governor. So that was a Republican governor of California. And we've had some really good governors of California. And what happened, see, this is what I'm talking about, simulation, right? We had Richard Nixon was the governor of California, Republican. Ronald Reagan, governor of California, Republican. What happened that they all turned into fruits and nuts now?
I don't know. Well, you know, who was it earlier that said if you look at the electoral map, right? What didn't Rambler just mention that you look at the voting, most of the blue is along the coastal areas, and of course, like down into some of the East Coast, but most of the heart of California was all in red.
Right. Yeah, and it's like that. I mean, once you get away from the water, the country turns red. It's something about the coastlines of where the ocean is. You know, maybe the seawater is affecting people a different way. Maybe they're in vibration with the earth as one. I don't know. But once you get inland, you turn red. I don't know. It's just a crazy simulation. Maybe this is all an illusion. You think? I mean, do you think?
Gives you something to think about, but no, I think life is a reality. I believe there's a heaven and a hell. If you look at the comparison, the California presidential map from 2020 versus November of last year, 2024, there's a vast amount of blue that turned red from 2020 versus 2024. Maybe some folks trying to wake up. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If you look at the map of the lower 48, wow. Winter storm watches, winter storm warnings. I mean, it's one storm, I'd say about a third of the country overall. Winter weather advisories from southern New Mexico, the northern half, nearly the northern 2/3 of Texas. Then you get into the winter storm warnings, stretching now from northeast Texas and eastern Oklahoma. Solid winter storm warnings. All of Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, southern Missouri, the southernmost Illinois, and a good chunk of North Carolina, about the western half of South Carolina. Winter weather advisories extended all the way, daggone near to the coast, northward. Winter weather advisories all the way up into central Michigan. It's a big storm. I guess the good news is it's going to move along at a fairly decent pace. And a lot of rain at this hour. I'm looking at torrential rains falling there through central portions of Mississippi on over into west central Alabama. Most of the precip winding down in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Everything kind of headed off to the east. All right, welcome back to the Anonymous Hippopotamus on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back there, Your Honor. Happy Casual Friday and the loneliest hour. So what's the deal with this bubonic plague gear we've been talking about the last 2 nights, making an antidote for it there?
Yeah, right.
Are they planning on releasing that on us, or they come up with, something bigger and better that's going to be the next COVID release that we have coming down the line, or what? Just kind of wondering what we're in for here. So, anyways, what they say? The bubonic plague killed like half of Europe or something when that went through there.
It can be treated with antibiotics. Yeah, obviously that was back before antibiotics existed, but
yeah. So, But anyways, I guess we'll see what they got coming in that. I don't know. I had something else I was going to ask you there, and I kind of slipped my mind at this point there. It must be the loneliest hour of Fuzzy's getting into you there. So, I know. Did the Stinky Finger proctologist, the prognosticators, ever get a hold of you?
No, he was not
able to get in, or did you have to go take?
He just
okay.
He just called it, and he never
made it, or if he had to go
never
take a
could
nap.
get through. No, couldn't. He tried 14, 15 times. He said dialed the number. I mean, there were lines open, and I don't know what the deal with his phone was. I don't have him blocked.
Yeah. No, I know you don't. So I was just teasing earlier when I said that you were making him stay out because you're waiting for me to get my call done. But anyway, so I don't know. Other than that, things have been riding along pretty normal. Looks like traffic's actually a little bit heavier than what I would say normal for coming up on 4:30 on a Friday morning. But maybe I'm just not used to being on this piece of road this time of day. So riding down 95 here, heading into Baltimore. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with this. But anyways, other than that, everything's pretty good. So we'll say have a good weekend there, and we'll see everybody on the radio. What, first thing? Oh, is it going to be the greatest day of the week again? Do we have to do that one more time?
Yes, we will. Hey, we'll know who's going to be in the big game then. Who you pulling for, Buckeyes or Hook'em Horns? Or do you care?
No, I guess we'd have to go for the Buckeyes there to help support your hometown area there. So, I don't know. I guess I would have been maybe rooting for Penn State the other way on the other game, but I guess it was a good game and the best team won. So I guess you take that for as far as that goes. And anyways, there. So no, with that we'll let you go. And you almost got to do news again. Maybe we can hear more about the plague. Maybe the plague's closer. We'll see where it's at.
We're working on we got to fix that. In the meantime, yes, 844-844-3388. We will get back to the calls following the news break. We were talking about the DEI initiatives last evening, the number of big companies, McDonald's becoming one of the latest, joining the long growing list. John Deere, Ford, and on, backing off. Costco, I knew I had seen something in regards to that. They're actually kind of doubling down on their DEI initiatives. The American Conservative Values ETF announcing they have divested their holdings and has put a refuse to buy rating on both Costco and Allstate at the same time as they removed their long-standing boycott of Walmart. The catalyst for the fund to sell off their Costco exposure is the warehouse retailers doubling down on their DEI program, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why the American Conservative Values Foundation jettisoned Allstate holdings is even more shocking. After an ISIS devotee rammed pedestrians with his truck down in New Orleans on Bourbon Street New Year's Day, Allstate CEO Tom Wilson issued a video message offering prayers for the victims, but Wilson marred that sentiment by asking Americans to overcome an addiction to diversity and negativity and accept people's imperfections and differences. Oops. The CEO, co-founder of American Conservative Values, calls it reckless for Costco to double down on DEI as so many others are scaling back those controversial diversity programs. Now, as for the Allstate CEO off-kilter comments, accepting people's imperfections apparently includes murderous terrorism. Both companies' actions exposed their shareholders to backlash from investors and their customers. We'll be right back.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ashan Garg. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that some 4,000 North Korean soldiers have been killed or wounded while fighting alongside Russian troops against Ukraine. He added that Russia turning to North Korea shows the weakness of President Vladimir Putin. Rebecca Bundan reports.
Zelensky made the comments while addressing an international conference at a US base in Western Germany, which brought together delegates from Europe and the US. He was referring to North Korean soldiers fighting in the western Russian region of Kursk, where Ukraine's military has been launching a cross-border incursion, saying that thousands of North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured so far. This comes as there are growing concerns among Western countries about Russia's strengthening relationship with North Korea, and after North Korea earlier this week launched a missile test which it said was a new hypersonic intermediate-range missile designed to strike remote targets in the Pacific. Rebecca Bunds in Tokyo.
Chinese President Xi Jinping will send a high-level envoy in his place to U.S. President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration, according to the Financial Times newspaper. Trump had extended the invitation to Xi, but experts said it would have been unprecedented for a leader of China to attend a U.S. presidential inauguration and called it political theater. Laura Westbrook has more.
According to the report, Beijing said the high-level official would attend the inauguration on January 20th instead of President Xi Jinping and would hold talks with China's team. The official could be Hung Jung, a vice president who sometimes stands in for Xi in ceremonial roles, while another option was Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The report said some Trump advisers wanted Tsai Chi, a member of the Politburo Standing Committee seen as wielding much more power than Hung and Wang in his capacity as Xi's right-hand man. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
The United Nations is warning more than 125,000 Syrian refugees are facing desperate conditions as they return to their home country. The UN's refugee agency, UNHCR, says many people have arrived back in Syria following last month's fall of the Assad regime, but families find themselves with little shelter and few economic prospects. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
More than 1 million refugees have flowed back into the country. But what they face there is hardly a dream come true. Syria's brutal war has led to a devastating humanitarian crisis. UN figures show nearly 15 million Syrians require health services, 13 million face acute food insecurity, and many have no shelter while battling winter conditions. United Nations officials say they need $73.2 million over the next 6 months to support displaced people. Officials are calling on the international community to act.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Real quick, like back to the Costco thing and Allstate as well. He said we need to keep increasing the pressure on companies that are hostile to conservative values. Playing politics is a wasteful misallocation of investors' capital and meritocracy. Rewarding employees based on their ability is the key driver of a business success. Let's see. Conservative Foundation president and co-founder Tom Carter added that DEI is becoming increasingly discredited, predicting that President-elect Donald Trump will further increase pressure on DEI. We have to hold the companies accountable. We believe market forces are the most effective and immediate way to do so. Politically, conservative investors indeed have the ability to punish or reward company decisions. It is a moral imperative to stop and roll back the left's takeover of corporate America. Giving conservative investors the power to fight back is why we built the American Conservatives Values ETF. We do not want to give the companies that are eagerly working to destroy conservative values. BlackRock, Google, Amazon, and others. We don't want to give them our hard-earned investment dollars. And in his opinion, neither should you. See what kind of impact that may have. Pup, what's happening on a Friday?
Oh, not much. How you doing tonight, Steve?
Well, my weekend is about to begin in short order. Doing all right.
I've seen that. I'm supposed to work tonight, but with the snowstorm coming in out of the south, I don't know. I'm back on that Lexington run, and 50 to 60% of their freight comes out of the south. So, and Lexington's calling for 6 to 8 inches. I don't know if we'll even run down there.
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, but Kentucky's going to get the heaviest. There's everything a little bit further south than we saw earlier this week.
Yeah, and it's coming a little further north, like Fort Wayne at the beginning of the week. They were just saying we could maybe see an inch out of it. Now they're saying 3 to 5. But it's kind of funny. This trailer had been sitting down in Lexington since the storm. And your two stories about four-wheelers and big trucks cutting you off and ice on top of the trailer and what have you.
Right.
Out of all my years of driving, I've never had this happen before, but this trailer, like I said, been sitting down there. And you can tell there's stuff up there because it's hanging off the sides just a tick, but anyway, I had to hit the brakes pretty hard there coming through Dayton because somebody cut me off. And all of a sudden, these sheets of ice started slamming the back of the cab, and I drive a day cab. I was just hoping like heck it didn't break that back window. And I've never had that happen, but I stopped to see if there was any damage. And each one of those chunks, Steve, you want to take a guess how thick they were?
2 inches?
With ice, snow, and ice and snow. Close. 3 inches.
Wow.
And the pieces that I took off of the catwalk were every bit of at least a foot wide, 2 foot long, or even bigger than that, some of them. But they weighed right in between 40 and 50 pounds apiece. So I couldn't believe it didn't break that back window, but there's still a lot more up there. But my team won tonight. I listened to it on the radio, but Man, I'll tell you what, that was a nail biter. That come right down to the very end. And thank God Notre Dame intercepted that ball. But, I hope it does come down to Notre Dame and the Buckeyes. I think that'll be a really good game. So. But other than that, that's about all I had for you. You have a good weekend, and hell, you don't even have to put your beer in the refrigerator this weekend. Just leave her set outside.
You're right. You know that. It'd probably freeze out there.
They don't get that bad until about 5 degrees. Then the cans kind of look like they're pregnant.
Okay.
All right, Steve. Have a good week.
Thank you, Pup. You do the same. Have a great morning. What do you say, Brain Dead? Happy Friday.
And Merry Christmas, Steve. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong day. I got Dingbat on the line with me, too.
That's the wrong holiday.
Hello, Dingy one.
Hello.
If you're going to be coming through Memphis and Arkansas, just be careful. A lot of the roads are iced over. It looks like they're slowly improving from what they were earlier. There are a few slow spots. Like around Brinkley, Bisco to Brinkley, and then there's another little slow spot around Lone Oak and Galloway. So,
I mean, I'm looking at the radar. I mean, it looks like like Memphis is kind of like right in the dead center of the storm right about now. Is that? So what are you getting?
I'm just leaving FedEx ramp.
Is it all snow, or are you getting the
and
mixed
we're
stuff,
hammered.
the sleet, or what do you got coming down?
We're straight up snow. I had to leave because it was getting really bad on the FedEx ramp. It was bad. So don't blame FedEx if your packages are late. So just so you know.
What is the forecast for what are they saying when you're all said and done? Are you going to 6, 8, 10? What are they saying?
I think we got about 3 right now.
But what are they what are they saying you're supposed to get before it's all said and done?
6 to 8.
6 to 8. Okay, that's enough to bring things to a crawl. I know that.
Crawl, shoot, they can't even drive during the normal drive time, Steve. Daylight and dry road.
Yep.
But it's a brutal 29 on the ramp, 31 on the outside.
Okay.
The 50. I'm looking at the 40 bridge. It's completely covered. I mean, you can't see a line anywhere on the bridge. The 55 bridge, you can see the pavement below. I mean, I don't know if it's a dry pavement or ice, but you can definitely see pavement below.
Okay.
So just take it slow and easy, going east or west, north or south.
There you go. That's the advice. Well, I don't know about you. I know Chattanooga. They don't have squat for like snow removal equipment. Somebody said, kind of jokingly sent me an email. They said, "What is it?" Yeah, they're in Arkansas. They've got like graders and whatnot. Yeah, like construction grade equipment and things that they try to move snow with.
When I was on the FedEx ramp, I saw maybe 6 bucket trucks of salt, and by the time they apply one coat, they're back to doing another one because it's come down that hard.
Okay.
Yeah. If you need traffic information, go to idrivearkansas.com, and that's all spelled out Arkansas as well. That'll give you all of the traffic info and camera info and all the stuff that I'm looking at from here at the Home 20. So, best advice, if you ain't got to go anywhere like I am, hunkered down, stay hunkered down.
Did you get plenty of bread, milk, and tomato soup and cheese to make grilled cheese?
The only thing we needed, I had her go out Tuesday and get like milk and that stuff because we needed a little bit extra stuff for the groceries. And that's what she did yesterday. And luckily it wasn't too bad because she went first thing when the store opened. So there wasn't no fist fighting over a gallon of milk.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
either that, or they're either that, or they're going to not allow box cutters allowed in the store, stabbing one another. Steve, I'll tell you that is honest truth. I'll tell you that's honest truth. The store in Hernando, which is about probably down there where Knuckle Buster lives, back before they rebuilt the store, I seen two ladies fist fighting over a gallon of milk, and they were talking for dusting to an inch on the grassy surface.
Wow! Oh boy!
And people like you guys, you people up north, y'all laugh, it's comical. It is comical down here because you're like, hey, by the end of the day, everything's going to be clean and green, and it's on the grassy surfaces.
I'll post some pictures on your page about when I saw some FedEx planes. They're all FedEx planes in the Memphis World Hub is down. They're grounded.
All the pre-sip and obviously everything, de-icing operations they're having to go through. Air travel is going to be a mess today. And normally Fridays are a very busy air travel day, and the broad, the scope, the breadth of this storm impacting so many, some regional and major airport hubs. It's going to be a nightmare. It was Seth that sent me an email earlier. I guess he's out there rolling, and he said, Alabama, they actually have road graders and backhoes staged on some of the exit ramps from the Tennessee line down to Coleman. He said, I don't mean to laugh, but I think they might be a little redneck. At least they're trying, I guess. You got to use what you have. All right, happy Friday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hotshot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. How about those Fighting Irish of Notre Dame? I went to bed. I didn't get to watch. Woke up happy, though. I guess we'll wait and see what happens with Ohio State and Texas tonight. We're looking 27 for a high Fort Wayne. 1 to 3 inches here, starting about the noon hour. Like you said, the further south, the more they're supposed to get. We're going to do some local shuttles at Fort Wayne today. So have a great weekend from Truckin' Phil. Semper Fi. And there's Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners, the best day of the week is here. The weekend can't come fast enough. It's another no plans on the slate for the weekend, which is what we look forward to the most. The coffee's hot, pickup is loaded, time to head into town. See what the day brings here. Everybody enjoy. All right, you do that. Enjoy your weekend.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hotshot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out.
Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Somebody mentioned last evening the number of celebrity homes. Word continues to come in burning in the fires there in California. Of course, with these blazes raging through some of the richest neighborhoods. Celebrity Joe Bonamassa, who is a rare vintage guitar collector, has moved his collection out of harm's way as the wildfires threaten the future of his home and museum there. Let me see. The celebrated bluesman is a serial gear collector, Nerdville, which has been the subject of 2 Reverb documentaries, houses some incredibly rare finds, including numerous Gibson Les Paul bursts, Lowell George's Dumble lamp, which took Bonamassa's 15 years to track down, a museum-grade 1941 Martin acoustic, a 1950 Fender Broadcaster, and so much more. As the wildfires spread across the Los Angeles area, destroying thousands of acres and homes, he has relocated a truckload of his most prized possessions, they say. An image posted to Instagram shows him standing before a garage stacked with guitar cases as he looks to ensure the safety of his countless instruments. He says, "It is not in my hands anymore. L.A. is a very hard place to be as a curator. It is my lifetime of work. I knew this day would come eventually, but just not today. So far, so good tonight, but the situation is very fluid. A major thanks to the firefighters and first responders for giving it their all these past few days. Stay safe, Los Angeles. These are uncertain and unprecedented times." They say it's not known how much of his collection remains in the house, but his collection of electric guitars, tube amps, and pedals includes rarities and oddities that are irreplaceable parts of guitar history, they say. Wow. And I'm not sure. Someone mentioned they had heard that his home had burned, but I can't confirm that. Good morning, Daryl.
How's the family in House Striker, Steve?
All doing well. Looking forward to the weekend here. Are you looking forward to round number 2 of being snowbound?
No, I don't have any salt or ice melt, and I can't find any at any store in Fairfield or Butler County. There's a waterworks place here where they sell water softener, and they're selling salt, but that tears up your driveway.
I had a couple.
Do you have any I could borrow?
You know what? I had one 25-pound bag for this past week, which didn't go very far. I had 2 on my list. I was gonna run up to Kroger this morning before the snow's coming in about midday, they said. Princess had a few items on the list, and I did have a couple bags of salt I wanted to get. You think I'll have any luck, or you think they're sold out?
No, you will not have any luck, and I'm wondering about the real salt, like you put in these salt shakers, if that would work.
Well, I mean, it would do some good, but I mean, it'd be too expensive, and it doesn't go very. If push comes to shove, and I got an icy spot, I've used table salt before, and it works.
Well, I appreciate that, knowing that, because I think that's what I'm down to. You have a great weekend. Tell Steve that I'm going to try to give an offering to Haverkamp for the loss of his dog. What was the dog's name again?
Well, that was Layla, but she was not a canine dog, but just that was his canine.
I know she.
Okay.
I know she wasn't.
Yeah,
but I wanted Steve to know that I was thinking about him, and I've lost 2 real close pets. I know what that's like, and I wanted to give an offering to Haverkamp.
Well, they've
tell him I'm thinking about him over the weekend.
They're looking to get a new German Shepherd puppy. Princess showed me, she had videos of 3 different dogs. She asking me which one I liked the best, and I said, number 2. She said, that's the one Stephen liked. So he might be getting a new German Shepherd puppy.
Well, God bless him. And tell Rambler 49 is not old. I have a son 65. So
okay, Daryl, great to hear from you. Have a great weekend. Stay safe out there, and be careful on the snow and the ice and all that. Real quick, we got a couple minutes left here. Eagle had a few comments about Kamala Harris. Is that correct? I believe.
No, I was going to talk about her, but I'll wait till Sunday. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could check on this. I heard something about, I told you that earlier, that the football game, the playoff game in L.A., from what I'm seeing on my phone, they might have changed it to Arizona. They said that the fire danger in L.A., they were supposed to play on Monday night, the L.A. Rams and the Minnesota Vikings. And I've seen a couple things on my phone that they may change, that they may have already changed the game to Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona for Monday night. So maybe you could check on that. And you ain't got enough time to get into Kamala tonight, but I'll call you back on Sunday night and talk to you about that. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, looks like that is affirmative. Coming down from the Associated Press about 3 hours ago here, it says the NFL has moved the Rams' wild card playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings to Arizona. After days of devastating wildfires in the Los Angeles area, the game will be played Monday night at State Farm Stadium, home of the Arizona Cardinals. Let's see. Statement from the Rams, actually. The safety of the Los Angeles community is our top priority. Our thoughts are with everyone affected by the fires in the area. We are grateful for the tireless efforts of the first responders who continue to protect our city and community, as well as individuals who continue to help our neighbors in need. As of now, the wild card playoff game featuring our Los Angeles Rams and the Minnesota Vikings remains scheduled to be played Monday night. As with all games, there are contingency plans. Now, I guess they posted this before they actually made the announcement of the change. The game would be played Monday night, State Farm Stadium. That is the fact there in Glendale, Arizona. All right, we'll continue to monitor the situation, remain in contact with local officials, the NFL, and the NFL Players Association. We hope you're all somewhere safe and hope to see you Monday night. But yes, so that will be, I guess, a pain in the derriere. Many fans with tickets going to have to make a long drive or maybe stay home to watch the game. I don't know. How's that work out? Well, with that, we indeed close out a casual Friday. It's been a good week. Thanks for being with us. And we will be back here at the midnight hour Sunday night into Monday morning for the greatest day of the week. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but